So, okay, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome to the second day of our event, Free History for Ukraine live stream that is aimed to gather funds and donates to support and safeguard Ukrainian heritage by digitization, by providing the digital slots, the other digital data to these instances that might be endangered. And today we're featured with 12 marvelous speakers. 11 marvelous speakers, and I'm as a closer one to the event. And before that, we'll put on the video just to remind you why we're here. And then I introduce the first speaker of today. And we are starting today with our first speaker, who's Lukasz Polczynski, who is with us, who's ready. Greetings, nice to...
Yeah, it's... Hello, everyone. At the beginning, I would like to thank the organizer to allowing me to join this wonderful action. I'm an archaeologist. I work mainly on rescue excavation, which means that most of the time I do not dig what I want, but what I have to. I have two areas of interest quite distinct from each other. First is Neolithic pottery, and the second is early modern cloth seals. And today I will talk about cloth seals. Okay. Yeah, okay. Based on the findings from Gdańsk, I will present the cloth trading routes of the Baltic Sea region and beyond. Lead seals have never been seen as an important material evidence for trade relations, even though they have been recorded in many archaeological sites in large quantities. Cloth seals are a category of archaeological evidence that it's still not enough studied. Most crucial studies in the early modern economics of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth have been written without paying any attention to the cloth seals, mainly because they are quite unknown as an artifact. But first, a few words about cloth seals. What are they? Cloth seals are made from lead. They consist of two discs, as you can see here, rivet and rough disc, fixed together with a connecting strip. A rivet disc has a rivet, while the rough disc has an opening through which the rivet passes. And how it looks when it's closed and attached to the textile. The primary use of cloth seals was mostly to seal textiles, confirming the authenticity of the cloths and ensuring quality of sold fabrics. Sealing textiles was a practice already known in the antiquity, but in Hanseatic Europe, seals did not appear until the late 13th or even early 14th century. They were most used between 16th and late 18th century. Until the end of 15th century, sealing was only reserved for high-quality cloths. But since 16th century, textiles of a lower quality has also been sealed. This was probably due to the increasing number of new textile manufacturers and expansion into new markets. As production increased, the quality control measurements also were introduced. Most manufacturers started to seal their products with seals bearing their privy marks. Seals with privy marks sometimes mark each stage of cloth production. In addition to the manufacturer's seals associated with a city system of quality are also known. Gdańsk, as an important manufacturing center, had highly developed quality control system of goods regulated by city-states. Each piece of imported cloth had to be officially legitimized and sealed with a cloth seals. These were attached in order to mark the quality and provenance of the textile. Iconography impressed on the seal allow us to determine the origin, quality, quantity, and sometimes even the manufacture of a specific texture. Here are a few examples. This one came from Leiden in Netherlands, and it's gold-plated. This one, for example, came from England, and instead of ending up in a trash, it became a part of child toy to make noise. It's interesting, but despite the ease of processing it, I did not came across any information that they were reused in any way. As you can see, they very different in size. Usually the size depends on the quality of the fabric. The higher the quality, the greater the seal. But it's not always the case, because sometimes seals marked some different things. All seals which I'm talking about came from 3 different sites in Gdańsk, marked blue here. All excavated sites are located within the urban fortification, but not in the exact city center. Gdańsk at the time was quite similar to Dutch cities, not only because of the architecture, but also due to the large amount of wetlands and canals. This is related to the fact that all of the finds were deposited in leveling layers. So all of them were in secondary refuse context, but are still an excellent source of information. Gdańsk was the main port of Poland and the whole Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. By the middle of the 17th century, 70,000 people live in Gdańsk, 3 times more than in the capital city of Kraków. In Polish historiography, especially from the second half of 20th century, the grain trade has grown to an almost mythical size. The grain from Ukraine floated by Vistula River supposed to feed virtually all of the Western Europe. In reality, trade, although indeed a large scale, was not so huge. And textiles also constitute an important component of both import, and they were approximately 50% of all value of import, and export approximately 10% of all value of export. Okay, this is the list of seals' origin. There are hardly any surprise here. England, the Netherlands, were the huge textile production centers, and it's something that we expected. What we not expected is a large amount of seals came from Poland. Together with Gdańsk, it's almost 40% of all seals. And it's said here Poland, but to be straight, it's only one part of Poland in the vicinity of Poznań, close to the border with Habsburg Silesia, which is also on the list. And this is a surprise because written sources did not indicate such a large share of domestic product. Imports from abroad are mainly from England, the Netherlands, and German states, then Pomerania, Venice, and France. When it comes to specific cities where the textiles came from, the situation looked like this. Most seals is, again, local, from Gdańsk. Then is Leszno in Poland. And Leszno was among the most important and rapidly growing centers of cloth production in Poland. Then is Leiden in the Netherlands, Augsburg in Bayern, Wschowa, again Poland. And Wschowa is in fact the only town in Poland which its cloth production tradition going back to the medieval period, not the early modern. Then is Amsterdam in the Netherlands, Strzelin in Silesia. This town was dated back to the medieval period, but the highest growth was from the second half of the 15th and during the whole 16th century. And Strzelin, however, suffered serious damage during the 30 Years' War on the first half of 17th century. Then is London, Rampart Opole. This one is interesting. It's a town that no longer exists. It was founded in 60-89 by Lampard Sierakowski and was extremely short-lived. It became a shelter for many cloth makers, immigrants from Bohemia and Silesia. They escaping through the 30 Years' War. And during the second Northern one, less than 30 years later, it was totally devastated by Swedish troops and never rebuilt. So the city exists less than 30 years. And then is Zduny in Poland. It's again a medieval town, but it was a small provincial town until the 16th century, when it began to enjoy great prosperity through the immigration from Silesia. And in this case, it was mainly immigrants from Dzierżoniów, today then Reichenbach in Silesia. If I talk about business contact, let's take a look at the map. English seals came from London, Gloucester, Suffolk, and York, and single items from several other cities. Dutch seals came from Leiden, Amsterdam, and Haarlem. German Empire seals came from Augsburg in Bayern, Meiningen in Thuringen, and Hamburg and Bremen. And in Pomerania, Franzborg and Darłowo. Seals from France come from Lille and Nîmes. And this is Venice, of course. The way that the English, Dutch, or Hamburg or Pomeranian fabrics were imported is obvious. It was by sea. Even the fact that numerous conflict between the Commonwealth and Sweden, the Netherlands conducted diplomatic actions to maintain the trade even through the war. More complex route was from Augsburg. It's not easy to trace the routes with great accuracy, but it seems that they were first transported by rivers to Lubeck and then by ship to the destination port. Trade with Mediterranean was fairly limited, probably due to the considerable distance and great cost of such long distance trade. Only some expensive wool cloths coming from Venice and silk products from Nîmes in the south of France. It's very difficult to identify where the trade routes run due to scarce sources. Economic reason would indicate a river route, many times cheaper and faster than a wagon. Fabrics from this part of Poland, it's called Greater Poland, and probably from Silesia, joined a huge river. Goods floated down the Vistula River, but Vistula is here, so it demands some other transport to the Vistula River. As I mentioned earlier, the large share of internal market turned to be a big surprise. It accounted of 1/5 of the total, and the written sources did not indicate such a high share of domestic product. But this state was a very short-lived. Cloth production in many small towns in Greater Poland experienced a significant leap forward, but it was related to the migration triggered by enormous destruction of Bohemia and Silesia during the 30 Years' War. Among a large number of refugees were many cloth makers, weavers, finishers, and dyers who found shelter there. The origin of cloth makers is related to the inscription, which all of the Polish series discussed here are written in German. It concerns Leszno, Wschowa, Grabów, Babymost, and Zbąszyn. With exception of Zduny and Rydzyna, where the written was in Latin. New immigrants settled close to the Silesian border, and most of the manufactured cloths were directed to internal markets. Seals from Leszno are also found in Lithuania, in Vilnius, and in few examples from Ukraine. Cloth production in many small towns in Greater Poland only lasted for 20 years or so, between 1630s and 1650s, ending up abruptly with the tremendous destruction of the area by the Swedish army during the Second Northern War. And finally, one more interesting point. English origins from London, you can see here, came with several variants. They bear a Rose of Tudor, coat of arms of London, or an angel, are found mostly, almost exclusively in the area of former Habsburg Empire and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Of course, there's a lot of them in Gdańsk and numerous in Hungary and Ukraine. It looks like they mark some special product that went exclusively to these markets. But what kind of textile or maybe some other product is it, and where it was exactly produced, I haven't been able to determine yet. and I think it's it's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lukasz. That was a great talk. I think if whoever has a question, you can type it in the chat and we'll make it aloud and ask the host to answer it. And meanwhile, I definitely have one question to you. What about the color pigments for this silk objects? How they were colored?
It's sometimes it's very hard to determine. The pieces of cloth are very rarely still on these seals, but these finds what we examine, it was mainly brownish colors, sometimes red. And this one, gold-plated with Leiden, was blue. Blue was back then very hard to input on textiles, so blue textiles were quite expensive, and I think this is the reason that the seal was gold-plated.
And how did they produce the pigments? Do you know it, or?
Pigments were not natural. I'm not sure that the blue pigment, the reddish colors are very often made from a kind of bark. It was gathered on field. It was a small red bag that they were crushed and transformed into some pigments.
I see. Okay, so that's just the first question that comes up to my mind, because coloring is always some technological procedures behind. Yes, so probably there are some archaeological traces of it behind. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, if anybody has more questions in the chat, I see it seems like there are no. So in this case, I'm gonna thank you, Lukasz, for your wonderful talk and for your contribution to our event. And
thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
Thank you. And probably introducing the next speaker of today, who's Marta Andriiovych from University of Bern, and she's an expert in Neolithic pottery and Neolithic burial constructions of Ukraine. So she'll tell us something about prehistory of Ukraine. And I see that she's here with us, and she'll. Hey, Marta. Nice to meet you here. And
Hi,
thank
Symon.
Thank you for being here, for participating. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. I'm also very happy to be part of this project, and it's awesome initiative to help Ukraine and to preserve our cultural heritage.
Great, thank you. So you're welcome to start your speech. You can see the share button below, and sharing the screen from that and starting your presentation.
1 second.
So,
is it working now?
I assume it should, yeah. Whenever we put it on, our technicians will drive it to the screen, and we are supposed to see it. So.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander. Yeah, I'm make technical support. I don't see, Marta, any presentation. Maybe you try one more time. You need to press share and share the screen. And maybe to decide if you have two screens or something, you need to decide.
Yes. And now it says me go to system preference. I don't know why it's going like that. One more time.
So share screen, and then you should want to share, and that should work. And you need to have your presentation on, obviously.
While we have this pause, we wanted to remind all people who are watching this that we make this event for donation to preserve Ukrainian history and heritage, and we're trying to collect money for the 3D scanner, which could make a 3D scan copy in case they could be destroyed in this Russian aggression against Ukraine. So please, you have the link, you have QR code also in the corner, so you could share. You could also subscribe and share this video to your friends, this conference. And anyway, this conference will be in recording, so you could watch even later this. I think we have some issues here because unfortunately I don't see any presentation in our chat room.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you could maybe restart computer or something, and we could. One second. Now I see. 1 second.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah. We're good.
Yeah. Done.
Awesome.
We got it.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, and take us with.
Yes. So now we can start. Thank you very much to everyone to come in for today Sunday marathon. I am welcome you on my topic, which is today the burial traditions of the Neolithic society in the Middle and Low Dnieper region, the cemeteries of Mariupol type. So, coming to the first slide, I'm sorry for technical issues because somehow programs software bit react differently today. But I would like to invite you to our Middle and Dnieper territory in Ukraine, where was during 20th century found nearby 30 different sites, which were cemetery sites or sites with several graves, mainly Neolithic or Neolithic graves. So to put these sites in the cultural context, I share with you the context of Neolithic cultures of Ukraine during the 6th, 4th millennium BC. And during our topic today, we would be interested mainly in Azov Dnieper culture, Surska culture, Dnepro Donetsk culture, in Kievo-Cherkasska cultures. As you see, they were really in tight neighborhood in the Middle and Low Dnieper region. Sometimes they were overlapping each other. Sometimes they were just in neighboring neighborhood. But what we can talk exactly that they had really tight cross influences on each other and rich history. So to make it more clear, when we are about which period of time we are talking today. It is mainly from 5,000 to 500 years BC to 4,500 years BC. Sometimes it is coming to the 4,000 years BC. So this is 5 cultures. Also, I'm in my current research tend to name them styles. They all had 3 phases of their development. First phase, which the earliest phase of their existing, second phase, and third phase. And typically, second phase was divided on 2 parts, like second period A and second period B. And you can see also the plot with calibration of C14 data from this cemetery sites, and you see that this show us clearly that a lot of sites were coexisting in the same time period. What does make it very interesting for us? So let's go closer to the history of opening of these cemeteries. As I told you, that during 20th century was opened more than 30 sites, and the excavation started in 1923, very early, and was founded the first cemetery, Sobachki Cemetery, and in which were founded 40 skeletons. It was quite unique site in this moment. As you see, skeletons were laying on their backs with in supine position, almost without any grave goods. And this was the first Neolithic cemetery which were founded. But soon, Mykyta Makarenko found in 1930 Mariupol Cemetery. It is great part of history of our topic, because this one of the first big cemeteries which were found. It had 124 skeletons, which had the same position, laying on the back in supine position, with hands on the pelvis, with straightened legs. And what is very interesting and important, it was covered with big amount of red ochre. From from idea how this cemetery was found, it's coming to construction of our famous Azovstal manufactory. And before construction, this manufactory were made in first groundworks, and the workers found a huge red spot of red ochre and first skeletons, and then they invited archaeologists to do a survey, and then during the 1930 were founded this huge cemetery. Later, the Azovstal was built in the same place. What I would like to tell you a bit more about Mariupol Cemetery. Oh no, 1 second. Yeah, I would like to come to the ritual part in several words, which helps to understand us how the cemeteries later. So we all can divide old cemeteries in 2 parts. But common for everyone that the skeletons were laying in the trenches. Skeletons were on the backs in supine position with extended legs, with arms on slightly bent on the elbows and rested on the pelvis bones. And these skeletons were divided on 2 types. Some of them were laying in the trenches, in collective graves. Sometimes in the trenches they had individual graves or double graves or just collective graves. They were richly covered with red ochre, but they mainly had no grave goods. Later in the stage 2B, ritual changed. Still, sometimes skeletons were laying in the trench in the same individual, double, or collective graves. They were still covered with red ochre, but they have grave goods. And first of all, they had a lot of pendants, beads, plates, which were part of their clothes. Second, they start to have grave goods, which sometimes you can tell that they belong into home cemetery, not rather to individual person. So in this case, come in the tools and ceramic, and that's very interesting. And about ceramic, we'll also talk about a bit later. So these ceramic and tools, they were rather belonging to the ceremony, funeral ceremony itself, than to the individuals. And with this, I would like to show you a bit more detailed graves from Mariupol cemetery to clarify what a supine position is, how it looks like, and also from these pictures, which were made in beginning of 20th century, and they were published in 1933. That we see the preservation with these clothes. It is not jewelry in our sense of word, but it is a part of clothes and those Neolithic type of jewelry. And what was interesting from Mariupol times, that they were super rich for this war tank blades or pendants made from undeveloped tools from deer. And also they had different types of beans and pendants made from different materials. So here you can see different types of these blades. And why I'm focusing on this so much, it's later in old cemeteries were founded the same types of Neolithic jewelry, and it became typical for cemeteries. That's why cemeteries later having were all united under the name burials of Mariupol type, not cemeteries of Mariupol type, because they had such a same or similar cemetery structure, and they all have different amount, but pendants and beans, and mainly from war tanks or undeveloped deer tooth, and that's become very symbolic and very important. So let's move on. Later, after the Second World War, active archaeological investigations going on in the Low and Dnieper region. First of all, because of second big construction project, such as building of Kerchenska hydroelectric station. That's why later in banks of the Dnieper River and nearby rivers were founded new cemeteries. Mainly, all of them were damaged during on the moment when they were founded because of active erosion of the big lake, which were created for work of the hydroelectric station. And then picture which we create with collecting of new cemeteries were accomplished with new sites, and we see the same rituals as earlier, that the skeletons were laying on trenches, overlapping each other. Sometimes they were laying in several rows on top of each other. So mainly the idea of all the cemeteries was that they were working for quite a long time, and new skeletons were just bringing to the old ones. If place on the cemetery were like not enough anymore, the population just creates the second layer, and they were just overlapping the old skeletons. What is important to tell that all the cemeteries were laying in the high bank of the rivers, of course, because of creating this artificial lake for the hydroelectric station. The level of water rise in some places up to the 10 meters, and these cemeteries become endangered. Further, for all of the cemeteries were really common to have red ochre or reddish ochre, but still these were following the ritual. In the second period of cemeteries investigations, after the Second World War, also Dmytro Nykonenko opened one of the biggest Neolithic cemetery, which in this case started to absolutely change, rapid change of the ritual. It is not so rapid because, as I told earlier, mainly everyone was in trenches, but in this case, it's a big difference because skeletons were laying in pits, and, for example, in the Mykylsky pit were founded nearby 6 pits, which had different size. The biggest one pit was in center, and as you see on the slide, they contain big amount of skeletons. Skeletons continue to lay in supine position on the back, with straightened leg, with arms bent on the pelvis. But in this case, the archaeologists found one rapid change, because there was obvious that older skeletons were removed from their origin position in order to make a space for new skeletons. So it telling us that the cemetery were working for quite a long period of time, and a lot of earlier skeletons were destroyed, from which we found just broken and moved bones. But archaeologists opened the last stage of existing of this cemetery, in which we still were able to determine 137 skeletons. Also, this cemetery has another interesting feature, because during the ritual of this cemetery were used fire, as well as a ceramic. In Mykylsky cemetery were founded nearby 60 big vessels, which were broken during the ritual. And the shards were left on the surface of this cemetery. In the same year, Bodansky found another one cemetery, which had only 50 skeletons, but it was absolutely the same ritual which was following for Mykylsky cemetery. Again, the situation was that skeletons were laying in pits, round-shaped pits. They were covered with red ochre. Some of them were destroyed and moved earlier in the Neolithicum time. Some of them were just typically laying on the back with straightened legs. What was interesting that among of 5 pits which were opened on this cemetery, the pit 5 has contain only skeletons. This situation you see on the slide down in the corner. In the rounded pit were laying only 17 skulls of skeletons, which telling us about old rituals that in respect to the people who were buried earlier, they preserved their skulls in this one pit, and skeletons make clear lines that they were accurately put on the special place. After that, the Neolithic population had to remove their skeletons in order to make a new space for new funeral rituals. Also in this cemetery were founded several cremations, which quite specific and not typical at all for cemeteries of Mariupol type. It is rather later ritual tradition, and in the same time on the relatively smaller area of the cemetery, which were also probably halfly destroyed by the erosion from river, were founded nearby 80 vessels, 80 ceramic vessels, which were again broken during the ritual and spread it over the cemetery territory. So for both of these cemeteries, we think that these vessels were containing ritual food, which were burned during the funeral ritual, as maybe a food for life after the death, or we don't know exactly, but with some meaning of it. And after the ritual, this ceramic were broken. What is interesting that this ceramic were founded with damage from fire and with a layer of charcoal, as well as area of the cemetery had a rich remains of charcoal. So after that, let's move in to the next slide. Later in 1960, were again by Dmitry Nykonenko, were founded the biggest Neolithic cemetery, the Andriiovka cemetery, where was founded 177 skeletons. Again, these skeletons were laying in the trenches in the same position on the back. Also on the Andriiovka cemetery were founded only 2 pieces of ceramic, and this cemetery were also covered with a rich layer of red ochre, but among of beads and blades were not founded so much of funeral goods. Yes. The same was with Vasil situation later in 1967, when Vasilivka the fifth cemetery was open, and there was contained 37 skeletons. But Vasilivka 5 cemetery, unique with idea that according to our data, it covers time from the early Neolithicum to the late Neolithicum and to Chalcolithicum or to Neolithicum, but not preserve so much diversity of grave goods. The same situation with Kapulivka cemetery. One of the latest opened cemeteries, they are united in the third period of opened Neolithic cemeteries, which were led by Dmitry Nykonenko, were Yosipova cemetery, in which were founded 37 skeletons as well. This cemetery also belongs to the second V phase. We clearly see that these skeletons were laying in rounded pits, and some of skeletons had individual graves. But what is unique that these pits were spread in quite big territory. And the last big cemetery, which one of the last big cemeteries, which were opened by Dmitry Nykonenko and had 85 skeletons, Yasinovatka cemetery. Again, the skeletons were laying in rounded pits. The main area of cemetery looks like a rectangular pit, which were richly covered with red ochre. Also, Yasinovatka cemetery had ceramic on territory of the cemetery, and skeletons had rich beads and plates, which were belonging to their funeral costume. So, to sum up small information about these cemeteries, that the biggest number of skeletons were opened in the Rivka cemetery. The most southern location of cemetery which were founded was Dolinka cemetery, which has also nearby 30 skeletons. But unfortunately, we have no plans from this cemetery. Another one cemetery which contained also 90 skeletons, Hospitalny Home Cemetery, has the most northern location, but also unfortunately the plans of excavation not preserved. According to C14 data, the most oldest or earliest cemeteries were Vasilivka 2 and Vasilivka 3 cemeteries, which slightly close to the Mesolithicum time and actually exists in early Neolithicum time. The latest cemeteries were Vilyanka, Dariyivka, Chapli, and Sobachki, which definitely belonged to the phase 2B and to early Chalcolithicum or Neolithicum time. And the biggest amount of the grave finds, which were part of skeleton or ritual itself, had Mariupol, Mykilska, and Lysahora cemeteries. With this, I would like to go to talk with you a little bit more about ceramic, which were founded from the cemeteries of stage 2B. Also, to stress one more time that interesting fact that on these cemeteries, almost all of them appear in place of fireplace or of using fire in ritual. So here are the main types from vessels from Mykylsky cemetery. It was mainly flatted pots with covered flatted bottom pots, subconical or rounded shape, fully covered with decoration, mainly with decoration made was with impression or scratched lines or pit comb stamp decoration, which were united in different plots. So like a herringbone plot or just parallel rows or diagonals of ornamentation. Also, what is interesting that bottom was also covered with decoration, and as you see on one image, for example, there was rounded, concentrated wings with star shape ornamentation inside. The few pieces of ceramic from the Dariyuka cemetery, and according to Legin, it also was connected to Yamna culture. And ceramic from Yasinvata cemetery and from Rovnihi cemetery, which were made it parallel rows from impressions or herringbone tree with scratched lines, which is very typical ornamentation for all cemeteries of Mariupol type. And here are some more ceramic, all publication from ceramic from Lysahorod cemetery, from vessels which were completely founded, which were full preserved and broken, but archaeologists were able to collect them and restore them with typical ornamentation. What is interesting, as you see, is that ceramic from this cemetery is quite typical. It has typical shape and typical ornamentation and ornamentation plot. So who were these people from the cemeteries? Another one very important feature of these cemeteries is they are separated sites, because typically the cemetery is a part of the settlement for a lot of cultures and types. But in this case, cemeteries are absolutely separate site. So far, we can unite them with settlements, which you see on the tables. But in some options, the settlements, they are laying quite far away from the cemeteries, or not in the close neighborhood, which make us think that the population of the region, they were aware about specific places where people providing their funeral ritual, and specific ideas about this ritual. So what they going, how they should make it, and even if they were living in different settlements, they came to the same place to do the same ritual. It is quite controversial, and we couldn't really trace it, but still can be explained with the phase 2b, because when the cemeteries having such narrow complex of pottery with very similar features. In the same time, when settlements, they are having bigger number of shapes of the pottery and as well of ornamentation plots and ornamentation styles which were using for make ornamentation plots. We come into the idea that probably they were choosing specific pots which should be brought to the funeral ritual. And again, coming to the first map which I showed you, also we can talk that the Neolithic cemeteries from Middle and Low Dnieper rivers, they had huge connection to other cultures. They had cross-influence connection to the other cultures in as well, for example, to Buddhist culture or to Low Don culture or Rakushичный Yar culture. So in this region, all time were active cross influences between different tribes and different population. And to come into one of my last slides, again, please excuse me, because with technical issues, somehow my map bit destroyed. But I would like to show you the map with Mariupol type cemeteries, and in upper corner you see map with current situation with territory which are occupied by Russian army, and you see that number of Neolithic cemetery sites, and as well as Mariupol, which the days of huge fight in Mariupol in Azovstal for all of us deeply in heart. And like I just want to show that a lot of archaeological sites as well as our people under occupation. And if you're talking about archaeology, it is coming to the point that a lot of sites and Ukrainian heritage would be destroyed as well. And unfortunately, for example, Lysa Hora and Neolithic sites in Mariupol, they definitely destroyed, even if we would be able to make a new investigation to find new details about cemeteries and settlements which might be belong to them. In current situation, it become absolutely impossible, as well as a horrible situation which face museums which contain a big number of materials which directly were belonging to my topic and to the topic of the Neolithization of Ukraine and settlements and cemeteries, Neolithic cemeteries. On this moment, I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoy my talk and learn something new for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. It was very nice, very interesting speech, especially, for example, that I'm from these regions as well. I'm originally from Melitopol, so, Kam'yana Могила and
yes.
Scythian kurgans and Cossacks land and Hortitsa, everything, around my place.
Yes.
And I'm really very sad that all of us, we have this tragedy in our life, to see live what's going on. And I hopefully it will, as soon as possible, it will finish in our win.
Of course, there are nothing else as our win.
We don't have a choice, and and I think destiny also don't have a choice, only give to us this win, because we deserve this, absolutely.
Yes.
Simon,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, yeah.
I think we don't really have time for questions, but maybe just a short one for me. Do you know anything about the new discoveries of Neolithic cemeteries somewhere in the region?
There was opened a new one, early Neolithic cemetery, as I know, like in 2020. But so far, I haven't seen publication to be able to present it also in my speech. So I am waiting the original results of these excavations
Okay, so
to
we
be
are
able to join it. Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, Marta, and thank you for your contribution. That was perfect.
Thank you for inviting.
Thank you. And now I know that Carlton is back and he'll join us in a minute, but meanwhile, I'm introducing the next speaker of today. That's Mr. Oleh Yatsuk, who's my co-fellow in Technologies of Cultural Heritage PhD School, and he's present something from his current research project and current study. Oleh, greetings. You can turn your micro on, by the way.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's it.
Very good. I'm going to share my screen now.
Yeah, the button below, and then you know what it.
Yep. Okay. Is it sharing?
Yep, and we see it.
Great.
Wonderful. So I leave you to that.
Great. So, hello everyone. I am deeply honored to be invited in this kind of a charitable event, and I'm going to talk about glass making in Iron Age. Well, it's this topic, and generally my presentation is going to be very, very trivial for those glass enthusiasts who might be watching us. But for the rest, I hope you will have a great time. And with this, I will start talking about what my job is. I am doing chemical analysis of glasses, and well, sometimes somebody from archaeology department knocks the door of chemistry department and asks some questions about their artifacts. For example, where these objects come from, or how were they made, or how the color was achieved. So sometimes it happens the other way around. I am going to the archaeology department or a museum, and I'm knocking at doors and saying, I have the idea to analyze some of the artifacts, to maybe say something more about the technology of the past. And while I'm talking, we'll be mostly talking about Iron Age, and intentionally using this expression in a very vague way, because in different areas Iron Age is counted differently. Probably most of our audience know it. These are the questions that chemistry can answer about ancient technology, and well, it depends on many aspects, and sometimes if we are lucky, we can actually get a great result. The glass has many definitions depending on the area where you exploit this material. I like this one for this presentation particularly because it mentions the raw materials for its making, and we can see here that it consists of sand, it consists of soda, which is sodium carbonate, and lime, which is calcium carbonate or oxide, to be correctly. Well, its area of application is huge, but in Iron Age it was mostly reserved for those precious objects that you saw in the previous screen. I invite you to walk with me on a beach, and on this beach, as this famous writer and chronist of the Roman Empire, Pliny the Elder, said there were some Phoenician merchants that put some rocks to make fire, and they discovered that the sand melted suddenly, and the first glass was born this way. Well, experimental archaeology had long ago proved this suggestion about the origin of glass wrong. You cannot achieve that even if you put the ideal kind of rock, which is a very particular one, and we will mention it later, on a very ideal sand for glassmaking. It is not possible. But the origin of glass lies in the Bronze Age, and you will have a different kind of specialist, hopefully explaining this origins. I will be talking about the raw materials that were used in Iron Age, and sand is the key. Of course, there are other sources of silica in nature, but sand is most abundant, and probably it was used for the glass making of the past. It makes up to 80% of glass mass, and essentially the question of the origin of sand is the question of the origin of glass, because it is hard to imagine that the glass will be made with the sand that was imported from somewhere else, at a different corner of Mediterranean, perhaps. So when we look in the glass composition, we look in the everything that is related to the sand, and we understand the provenance. The provenance hypothesis also has some considerations about itself, and some reservations or assumptions have to be made in order to correctly interpret your chemical information that you obtain from the archaeological glasses, or even from archaeological sands too. You can see those assumptions on the screen. So inter-source variations must be greater than intra-source variation. What does it mean? You can see on the right a picture of some sand samples, and they were collected 10 meters from one another. And these samples look different, and their composition is, well, roughly the same, but there is key difference between those. And these differences must be accounted for. And well, if these samples were collected 10 meters from one another, then probably we have even bigger problems to worry that we might just not find the sand that we really need, or the sand that was really used for the archaeological glass making. With that, we must check if these features of sand are contained within glass, if the technological process does not impede us from looking in depth into the sand composition through the glass composition. We, of course, must be accounting for mixing of materials, because sand is not the only component of the glass. Sometimes you use different sands for the same glass batch, and these questions really put limits to what we can get from our data, and they really push us forward to get better methods, to refine the old ones, and to revise the previous data with a bigger amount of information that can be extracted from there. Of course, when glass spends 1,000 years, 2,000 years, even some oldest examples spend 3,000 years in the ground, they undergo some changes, and we also must account for them. These four assumptions, they are also true for other components of the glass. and for other materials. It is not just for the glass, but we are now focused on sand. Now, when chemists see the data about the glass composition, they mostly look at them in this way that is represented in the periodic table. So the elements that are contained within the sand and mostly within the sand are the yellow ones. So we can see that there's a vast array of elements that we could measure their concentrations and have some idea about similarities, dissimilarities, divergences in the compositional trends of from very major elements like silicon to the very trace like neodymium. The rest of the elements they represent different components of glass. They're not always measured, but these colorful ones are mostly the ones that are having most impact in the glass studies. So how they are made? We look at our data and we see correlation, and the correlation, well, it's our bread and butter. We look for trends and we look for groupings of the artifacts. For example, on the right, you can see that with using several elements, we can distinguish the glasses that were made in Egypt and the glasses that originate from Mesopotamia. Same on the left, you can see some divergences in the group of samples that were uncovered in Rhodes. And what does it tell us? Well, there are many ways to interpret the data, but we never judge anything just based on one graph. We always look at our data in trying to build a bigger picture. One of the most precise, I would say, methods of determination of glass provenance nowadays is isotopic studies, particularly neodymium, because it is preserved in sand and comes to the glass mostly with sand. And isotopic ratio of neodymium isotopes, where you can see they are different on the coast of Western Mediterranean Europe. And by comparison of this isotopic ratios, we can determine possible provenance of our glass. But it is not straightforward because there are other things that might influence that. In Ukraine, we had our own case of determination of glass provenance, and we had big suspicion for locally produced raw glass. And we did some sample analysis of local sands, and we did chemical compositions of glass. We could distinguish based on several indicators the imported groups of glass from the locally made groups of glass, and it really is a unique on the European continent, I think, for the Iron Age site presently occupied, that preserved these traces of glass working. Now, I'm going very, very quickly because I see I'm late on time. We need to melt our sand, but we cannot do it with Iron Age furnace because it doesn't go up to 1,200 degrees Celsius. We must use certain material that will bring the melting point down, and for this we need alkali elements that will allow us to do it at, I don't know, 900 degrees. which is a great success because only in this way you can actually make glass. So there are two main kinds of fluxes used, the plant ash and the natron. Natron is a mineral, plant ash, well, it's produced by burning the halophytic plants from the seaside, mostly because these plants contain a lot of sodium in their resulting ash. And Iron Age is the time of a great transition between the plant ash use to the natron use. Why it happened and how well, there are many theories, but the fact is that most of the objects that originate from the first half of first millennium BC are made with natron in the Mediterranean. And this also helps us to have the idea of possible local or not local production. Now, how does this look in our data? With the natron, it's very easy. Since it doesn't contain much of impurities, is sodium carbonate, and it in our graph it looks like this group in the bottom left corner with low contents of magnesia and sodium and potassium. Sorry. Plant ashes are very diverse in composition, so you can have several groups of plant ash composition glass. And this sometimes helps to distinguish the provenances, because certain glass working places preferred certain kind of material. But fluxes also are hard to study because of the glass alteration. And in most of the cases, you need somehow invasive methods to penetrate the altered part of glass to have adequate composition, especially in the light elements that are crucial for flux determination. And these crusts you can see on the right, they look like tree rings, but they do not really correspond to years. There was a theory that they did, but they don't really. Now, we can fuse our sand with Iron Age furnace, but this mixture of silica and sodium carbonate or plant ash will be soluble in water, in fact. So we need to stabilize it with the use of some shell or other source of calcium. It could be limestone, but shell was more common, and shell is contained in a lot of places in the sea sands. So it was particularly useful to check the sand with a high content of shell, but not too high, because if you prepare the glass with too much of calcium, it will be prone to devitrification, which is a process of alteration of glass that was described earlier. Now, there are ways to also check the source of this agent in the glass batch. You can see that possibly, I will not be very sure, but possibly two different groups of different calcium and strontium content emerge, two trends. We would need more work to refine that picture, but it becomes apparent that for certain types of glass, more calcium was preferred, and for certain types of glass, less calcium was prepared. It also depends on the plant ash use that might contain additional calcium, which makes this whole picture more complicated. There are also strontium isotope studies, but as I said, by using plant ash, by using sand that contains calcium minerals, this affair can be also very, very difficult to manage with a proper result. Now we have made raw glass, and well, to make it, we of course grinded everything very finely, and we fired it for a lot of hours. So wood abundance is crucial. In fact, when you think about possibility of local glass making, you always think about burning materials, because glass, as well as metal working, requires a lot of firewood or charcoal or other something that gives enough heat to preserve this batch for hours and days, even in the furnace, white hot. We can color our glass. Well, this is not the most appropriate picture I put here, but it gives you an idea about the colors. And I'm sure you remember that glass can come in different colors. They are achieved by addition of minor quantities of certain elements that in certain positions, in certain conditions, can produce colorful glass. Well, these two examples are both blue, cobalt, and copper. Sometimes you can distinguish just by looking at them. Sometimes you cannot. And that's why you need analysis. Well, this one is fairly easy. Just look at how visible light is reflected from the surface of these glasses with a spectrometer, and you could see the significant features of these graphs that point out to use of one colorant or another. Sometimes both are present, and it's actually up to our interpretation of how we deal with this. Now, copper in other position, in our other oxidation state, which means the number of electrons available for bonding with oxygen atoms, to become red. You can grow crystals of copper, and the glass will be red in certain dimensional range. Now, iron is demonstrating you how one element can be responsible for a range of colors. Well, if it's more oxidized, it will give you something like yellow glass, and if it's more reduced, the reduced one is on the left, it will give you something like blue glass, and well, in the middle, if you mix those two, like there is on this graph, there will be green glass. If you add too much iron, the glass will become black. But you also have to keep your furnace in certain conditions. You can allow more air or less air, and this is how you manage this ratio of reduced and oxidized iron atoms. Now, the different mechanism of coloring and opacification is what is on this slide. Now, you can place certain crystals of certain compounds to make the glass white or yellow. These were most common opaque varieties of glass. Now, in the electron microscope, it looks like the round in the middle, that there are many light spots in the glass matrix that change the color. Now, composition and diffraction of the X-rays tells us which one is what. But usually, also you might assume that they were used because not so many options for this milky white and bright yellow opaque glasses existed in the Iron Age. Okay, so we have colorful glass. Now let's have fun with it by making some vessels by making some beads. I am mostly studying beads, so beads are more numerous also in Iron Age, but vessels happen, and they were prepared in interesting and surprising ways, because Iron Age is a time when no glass blowing is known. All the vessels must be prepared in a certain way without blowing the glass, which is most common technique nowadays. So a core forming technique was introduced in the Bronze Age, continued to be used in the Iron Age. Also some mold vessels, like that cup from the beginning. It was also known, but the core forming works like this in the bottom. You see that you have a coil, and this core was made of dung, pressed together with some other agents. So the hot glass was coiled on this core, and then the decoration applied, and then the final appearance of the vessel took shape. The beads, with beads, it's easier, and they do not require big workshop, big amount of glass molten. They require strings of glass that would be melted and applied as either a body of bead or as a decoration. So these are basic ways how you deal with glass in the Iron Age. And now, by doing this presentation, I thought how 3D technology could aid us in the studies of ancient glass, and I happened to find this article about tomography of some glass beads that distinguishes between different layers of glass inside the bead. It was fascinating, and it made me think that 3D scanners can be applied for these core form vessels to distinguish between individual stripes of glass that were wound around the core by checking the variation in the surface. I hope it's possible, but we can discuss with Symon maybe. Now, the problem with glass, there is not so much waste when you produce it, and you can always remelt the resulting product if you don't like it, or if it gets broken. And recycling is actually a nightmare for provenance studies, because you can see on a graph below that sometimes different glasses from the so-called primary workshops where you make the raw glass, they can be mixed. And then if this mixing happens from different corners of Mediterranean, then you lose the unique features of the glasses. Of course, these glasses will have other features, but they will not correspond to the actual place of making. And yeah, you can have several sources of primary glass, and you can distribute it across the Mediterranean in various ways. You can transport already made products. Why not? And you can transport the raw glass, and the local people, somewhere in Italy perhaps, will make something new, something that is not happening too often in, for example, the Eastern Mediterranean, that is considered for the Iron Age the place of making for vast majority of glass objects. We can detect the recycling by checking the composition and having, for example, suspiciously little of coloring elements, and we can assume that a little bit of this colored object happened to come with colorless glass, and then mix in a card, and the signature, so-called, was lost. But well, me and other people are working on these issues, and we propose new ways of looking at data. We propose new methods of acquiring the data, and we analyze more and more glass to understand how it was made, where, and by whom. And with this, I thank you. Please support the 3D History for Ukraine. It's a great initiative, and that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleh. That was great. That was very interesting to hear. And yeah, you're right. I think the scanners, the thing you talked about, is a very prominent way to study the technology if we're talking about adding the component to the structure. So as it works with rock art, well, rarely works with paintings, but if you add in a component and you have enough resolution to catch it, you can do it. So with pottery, it would work, and I guess with glass, it would work too. The only problem is to have enough resolution, so to have the good enough scanner.
Right. That's what we work towards.
Yeah, I don't see any questions in the chat, and anyway, I assume that we are a little bit behind the time. So thank you very much again. And if you have any questions, just type them, and we'll connect to fulfill your curiosity. And meanwhile, I'm introducing the next speaker of today, who's Sonja Kacar.
Hi, Simon. Hi, everyone. Good. Do you hear me well?
Yes, sure.
Okay, great.
So yeah, I'm just inviting you to put the share screen
Share
button.
the screen, okay.
Yes. And start
Okay,
it.
Of course.
Guys, I'm just suggesting we will play a video, like small video before we're starting to remind people why we are here today.
Sure.
So
Run, please.
So yeah, I'm just playing video now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we're seeing your screen. Yeah.
Okay. Everything is good? Okay. So thank you again for inviting me, Simon, and hello, everybody. So my talk is entitled Prehistory of Northern Dalmatia and Work of Šibenik City Museum during the Croatian War of Independence and post-war period. And I'm presenting this because besides being a postdoctoral fellow at University College Dublin, I'm also research associate at Šibenik City Museum in Croatia. I'm working with them since 2012, so the last 12 years. Okay, let me first introduce you Northern Dalmatia. So it's the northern part of the Dalmatia, and Dalmatia is a historic region of Croatia situated in the west alongside the Adriatic coast. As you can see on the map, the region is roughly bordered by Zadar and Šibenik, the biggest towns of the region. On the east, the region is bordered by Adriatic Sea and some islands, and on the east, it is separated from Bosnia by the chain of Dinaride Mountains. Just a little bit about geography, because it's important for our prehistoric societies. Northern part of the northern Dalmatia is characterized by this important coastal plain known as Ravni Kotari, and it's the most fertile part of the whole Eastern Adriatic region. So this is all coastal plain. The relief is pretty calm. While in the south, and namely southeastern part, the relief of the region is more mountainous, rocky, typically karstic, and plains are rarer, but still we can find some in these karstic depressions around Šibenik city. And just to quickly to precise that there are 4 museums operating in the region. The biggest one is actually the Museum of Zadar, but because the town was really important during antiquities and early medieval period, their research is mostly oriented towards these periods, and prehistory is besides many prehistoric sites found around Zadar is somehow neglected. So that's why Šibenik City Museum, that I'm associated to, can be considered as a leader in prehistoric region in the area. Thanks to the Emil Podrug, he is a senior curator of the Department of Prehistory and International Cooperation. So, as already mentioned, the area is characterized by this important plain, and because of this, most of the fertile soils are found there. So it's the most fertile part of the whole Eastern Adriatic region, and these fertile soils makes the region suitable for agriculture, while herding was more the most important activity in the more this mountainous part of the region. And all this made that during all historic times, the region was really well populated until 90s. Why? We all know that in 90s are in the whole area of the ex-Yugoslavia are synonym for the war that happened, and that so it is in general it is called Yugoslav Wars from 1991. Officially, it ended in 1995. In some cases, we considered that it lasted until 2001 because of some conflicts that they still went on in Macedonia or Kosovo. Excuse me. So just chiefly, the end of communism. With the end of communism, Slovenia and Croatia wanted to separate from Yugoslavia and claim their independence. So they organized the referendums, and the referendums people were for independence. But in Croatia, one part of the population, one part of Serbs living in Croatia didn't want independent Croatia, and they rebelled. So they started what we call today so-called a log revolution. It happened in summer in 1991, and then they auto-proclaimed the so-called Republic of Serbian Krajina in 1991. This Republic of Serbian Krajina, this is this in red, shaded in red, this part, lasted until 1995, when the territory was liberated by Croatian army, and the whole area was again under the exclusive control of Croatian army. That was the part of the so-called Operation Storm. So that was about war, and now let's go back to the prehistory. As already mentioned, so this is the most fertile part of the whole Eastern Adriatic. And for that reason, we found so many Neolithic sites in the region, and that's the most common type of prehistoric sites in this region. Here, the early Neolithic starts from 6000 Cal BC and is associated to the impressed Werser culture. What we know about this today is, if we look at the map, we can see that all the sites are situated in this hinterland. There are no early Neolithic sites situated neither on the coast nor on the islands. So that means that these first Neolithic migrants were mostly interested by fertile plains because they brought agriculture with them, and their economy was really exclusively based on agriculture and herding, while fishing or hunting played almost no role. Also, when we look at the lithic assemblages, we can conclude that there is no continuity with Mesolithic traditions, and that the lithic assemblage can be considered as typically Neolithic, because the blades are made by lever pressure technique, and they were mostly made on, not mostly, exclusively, made on exogenous cherts, high quality exogenous cherts, coming from Italy, South Italy, that is Gargano Promontory, and where these cherts were extracted by mining activities. All this made this production is being typically Neolithic. So there is complete break with the late Mesolithic period, meaning that the migration played a crucial role in Neolithization of the area. Middle Neolithic is associated to the so-called Danilo ceramic style. There are many Middle Neolithic sites found in the region. And late Neolithic is associated to the Hvar style pottery, but there are not so many sites found. But there is this one called Čista Mala Velištak that is still excavated. And thanks to this site, we are starting to get some clues about the late Neolithic of the area. Unfortunately, until now, the final Neolithic or Chalcolithic periods are little known, almost not known at all. But we have this found of this huge blade that is more than 25 centimeters long, and it is made of lever pressure flaking on Gargano chert, again the same chert coming from southeastern Italy. Unfortunately, the blade was not found by archaeologists, but by a local, a peasant in the 70s, and he brought it to the museum, saying that he found the entire blade associated to some human remains. So that's why we presume that it's coming from the funeral context. And the parallels are found in the southeastern Italy, where this kind of blades, so the blades made by pressure flaking, lever pressure flaking, are found in funerary contexts. And these blades are there in Italy associated to the final Neolithic or Chalcolithic, and for that reason, we suppose that our blade is also a proof of occupation during final Neolithic or Chalcolithic. There are many cave sites, mostly in this southeastern part of the region, but to be honest, they are still not well excavated. Actually, they were excavated, but not systematically. So we still don't know much about it. what we know is that the caves were visited during Neolithic, but mostly they were frequented during Bronze Age, and when these caves were used as a places of inhumation. What is interesting is that that these caves have that the Paleolithic or Mesolithic occupations were not found in these caves, but I think that the reason for this is just because these caves were not systematically excavated, so that the excavators didn't go deep enough. Because the region was populated during the Paleolithic, and we know this since recently, because we were excavating in 2018, and we found this first Paleolithic site in this North Dalmatian region. It's situated in Konjevrate. The site was already new before, and it was excavated before Croatian War for Independence, but it was attributed to the early Neolithic on the basis of the ceramics found. So ceramic was typically impressed ware. But for us, the lithic seemed a little bit strange, in a sense different than all the other lithics I studied for my PhD from the region, and so we decided to do a revision excavation, and we found really we had a chance, and we found some early Neolithic pit dig into a whole completely different layer that contained many lithic finds, and no ceramics and no fauna. And these epigravatian, these lithics that are currently under study shows all epigravatian traits, and can be so attributed to the epigravatian technocomplex. So this is, besides these excavations carried out in the region, there were many more. Mostly again oriented to the Neolithic research, and thanks to the cooperation between Šibenik City Museum, the prehistoric department, and University of Santa Barbara in the United States. So they together there were 3 big projects going on about Neolithic, and one of the most famous discovery was the discovery of the traces of fermented milk in these pots, which you can see down here. These pots are called rhytons, and according to the Sarah McClure and her collaborators, this presents the earliest Mediterranean cheese production. So for that reason, there were this discovery was really covered by the world's media. Also, more recently, the research are oriented mostly on towards paleo environment. So, for example, recently, the team discovered, so Croatian and American team, discovered the existence of this paleo, so-called paleo lake in the Behavior Ostravica Valley. This was previously unknown because the lake is not here. It's not here anymore. And this was pretty important discovery because it means that during the Middle Neolithic, population decided to settle around the lake. Only the trench excavation was open in 2016, Now we are publishing the first results, but the idea is to continue excavating and open a much larger area from this spring. At the same time, there are also some geographical surveys around Velishtak and Mratovo sites. So just to say, during the war, so between 1991 and 1995, the Museum of Šibenik did not cease with its activities, but these activities were much more limited. Of course, because of the war, because of the money. We didn't have any money during this period. People were happy even if they will get their salary. So it was not, the excavations were not priorities. At the same time, all the sites were mostly situated in the war zones. So yeah, it was not actually accessible. Also, the permanent collection was not displayed in the museum, but was removed and hidden in a basement, in a museum's depot. And that was a good choice, because one day Šibenik itself, the town, was bombarded, and even the Cathedral of St. James, which is today on UNESCO World Heritage List, was grenaded. And as you can see on this photo in the middle, the Šibenik City Museum is situated really just next to the cathedral itself. So during the war, these prehistoric sites were not directly endangered, especially prehistoric in the sense Neolithic sites. And why? Because these Neolithic sites were mostly found in the valleys, in these fields, because these were the most fertile parts of the region. And in these parts, there were not direct wars. But Bronze Age sites, like these hill forts, or starting from Bronze Age and lasted until the late medieval, were interested for both Croatian and Serbian army. Why? Because they were the dominant points in the landscape. So the army who control it has the biggest control of the larger area. So both of these hill forts were used interchangeably between Croatians or Serbs. And just this Gradišić hill fort is unfortunately still mine suspected, because we still don't know, are there mines around it or not. After the war, normally when the situation between Serbia and Croatia become more normalized, Serbia sent the maps showing where the mines are, but some parts were maybe not controlled directly by official armies, so we still don't know where are they mines around or not. Still, some parts of Croatia, because the cleaning of the mining is so expensive and so dangerous, so still some parts of Croatia are under the mines. And in this sense, yes, we can say that sites, but also the people, are still endangered by war. So the war is now finished, and more than 30 years ago, but still there are still some wounds open, of course. And in order to acknowledge the importance of peace, Željko Krčević is our museum's director. He has in mind something to create, something like what he called the world's peace point. And he wanted to be in Šibenik, and this fortress of Saint John as the most prominent part of the town, because he said that this area was that in Italy, Austria, Germany, France, Hungary, Turkey, Serbia, all these nations and countries fought in this region, and this and even the Allies were bombarding it, like English and Americans, for some strategic reasons during the Second World War. So he wanted, of course, everybody wants to say no more war. This is finished. Let's work on peace and maybe create this area that suffered so much as a world peace point. I agree with this very noble idea, but at the same time, I ask myself, okay, this is nice, but Šibenik and all this coastline is now profiting from the development of tourism. But we still have this hinterland that is far from the seaside, so far from the sun and the beaches and all these touristic attractive points. And this area is still impoverished and war destroyed and neglected. And there are still these two populations, Croats and Serbs, living together, but not in the biggest harmony. So I have an idea with some of my colleagues that maybe in the near future it will be nice to create some center for prehistoric research, because the area is so rich in prehistory. And why not also experimental archaeology, because this discipline is still underdeveloped in Croatia. And the idea will be that the prehistory is something that has kind of shared identity that is important both to the Croats and Serbs, in the sense that it's something so far away and it's connected to the land, and both populations are so emotionally connected to their lands. So maybe something above, prehistory is something above the idea of the nation itself, which is mostly used in medieval or modern history. But and is still, of course, a matter of dispute between two populations. So yes, something like this, prehistory as a shared identity. That's what I'm hoping for. And yeah, sorry for this. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sonja, for this great speech and for very interesting case study of the archaeology during the war and together with war. I think we have a question from the chat, which actually fits to what I was like to ask. Yeah, you've shown a number of caves there. Yeah, regions. Have you searched for any rock art, cave art objects there?
Not in this region, but I also think I cannot. Maybe it's because of the lack of the research for this. Because in Istria region of Croatia, that is north of Adriatic, recently a friend of mine, he's a Spanish colleague, he discovered what is considered like the first rock art in the Balkans. So yeah. They are not so important as in France or in Spain, but it shows that when somebody is interested in something and the research is targeted, we'll find something like this.
You mean Paleolithic rock art or some later?
Sorry?
You mean Upper Paleolithic things?
Yes, yes, Upper Paleolithic, yeah.
Okay, I assume I even know what you're talking about. I've read the text.
Yeah, I read. But more recently, no, we don't have anything like for.
Okay.
Yeah, except some graffiti from maybe late medieval times or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, so yeah, and probably thank you for the great speech again and for your contribution. And I hope we'll implement some of post-war experience from Serbia and Croatia when the time will come.
Yeah, when the time will come, still.
Thank you. So So now, before introducing the next speaker, I just tell that the scheduled presenter, Dmytro Nykonenko, is unable to join us today, unfortunately, though we're really upset about that. However, Hanna Rudik, who had some connection issues yesterday, she's with us now, and she can join us for a presentation about the museum collections in Ukraine. So, hello, Anna. Nice to hear you and see you.
Hello, Simon. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be heard and seen. I hope it's all works well now.
Yeah,
okay. Can I start sharing
yes,
my screen now?
Share screen button below.
Yes. Moment.
Yeah, of course.
Moment.
I will play video while you're sharing the screen. Yeah, just reminds again.
Oh yes, yes. Moment. It comes. Do you see it now?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, great.
Just started.
Okay. Shall I briefly introduce myself, or Simon?
Yes,
okay. My name is Hanna Rudik. I'm a curator from Ukraine and a museum educator. And I'm working for more than 20 years now already at the Handheld Museum that holds the richest Ukrainian collection of world arts. And that was founded on the turn of the 19th, early 20th century by Bogdan and Varvara Hanenko, the distinguished Ukrainian actors of culture, art and antiquities collectors who supported first archaeological excavations in Ukraine, and also one of the grandest philanthropists of this period, and museum founders of first cultural heritage institutions in Kyiv. I will briefly focus on their life paths and their activities, and also on their key achievements, which is the Handheld Museum, which I am so happy and honored to work at. So I will start right away. And here on the screen, you see the Handheld Museum, its street facade of the main building that was and is the historical private house of the Hanenko's family and their private art gallery. Both Bogdan and Varvara Hanenko were born in the mid-19th century in the northern Ukraine, the Chernihiv province. Their social origins were different, but complementary in many aspects. Bogdan Hanenko was an offspring of the old noble Ukrainian lineage of the Hanenkos, and among his ancestors was even one hetman of a right bank Ukraine, Mikhailo Hanenko. Hetman, as you perfectly know, was the top military commander, a political leader of the society and of the country. A professional lawyer, Bogdan Hanenko, in his 20s, took a great interest in all European art, and as he later wrote in his memories, irrevocably decided to collect works of it. In 1874, he married Varvara Tereshchenko, a daughter of Nicola Tereshchenko, an emerging sugar tycoon of Ukraine and the most generous Ukrainian philanthropist. The Tereshchenkos also collected art, so Varvara grew up among passionate amateurs and patrons of art. Along with love to art, she absorbed the Tereshchenkos' inherent traditions of charity, and these two predispositions, her love to art and to charity, had key impact upon her life path and shaped their common with Bogdan Hanenko future museum vision and actions. In the 1870s, from the 1870s and on, the Hanenkos got actively involved in collecting art. Vienna, Berlin, Paris, Madrid, Warsaw, Rome, Florence, Harbin, and Cairo were by no means complete geographies of their exploratory travels. In 1897, for instance, Bogdan Hanenko wrote in one of his letters, and I begin the quote, "J'étais à Berlin, et j'ai présenté à M. Baudet deux de mes tableaux attribués à Rembrandt. Après les avoir bien examinés, il les attribua au maître lui-même. End of the quote. I was in Berlin and presented to Mr. Baudet two of my paintings attributed to Rembrandt. After examining them carefully, he attributed them to the master himself. And Wilhelm von Bode, mentioned in this letter, was the leading German art historian and museum founder of that period. Besides European old masters and the art of classical antiquity, the Khanenkos collected old Christian icons, Islamic art, Islamic, Asian, and European arms and armor, Chinese and Japanese bronze, Chinese and Japanese painting, sculpture, and prints, Ukrainian archaeology, Ukrainian objects of so-called Kazakh antiquity, and folk art. Their interest in Ukrainica was aimed, as Bogdan Khanenko put it, I am starting his quote, to create in Kyiv a department of local historical antiquities of the 15th to 18th centuries, end of the quote. This idea of presenting Ukrainian history of the period prior to Russian colonization was a political and patriotic ambition of Ukrainian elite of that time. And this ambition was implemented in the late 1890s, when Bogdan Khanenko personally led to success a grand cultural, political, financial, and architectural project of the first public city museum in Kyiv. He raised for the museum near 250,000 rubles and managed a very complicated architectural project, and also attracted dozens of collectors who donated to the museum near 20,000 objects. Here on the screen, you see the building of this museum at the beginning of the 20th century. The Khanenkos themselves made a grand donation of more than 3,000 items of Ukrainian archaeology from Dnipro region, dated from the Stone Age to the period of Slavonic settlements. Their collection became a core of the museum's first permanent exhibition devoted to ancient Ukrainian history that was opened in 1899. You can see a picture of this exhibition on the screen. The Khanenkos besides donated there about 30 pieces of ancient Egyptian art brought by Bogdan Khanenko from the Cairo Museum in 1902. Varvara Khanenko, who was herself a passionate art collector, and particularly the collector of Ukrainian old icons and folk art, coordinated in 1906 the first Ukrainian handicraft exhibition in the halls of the First City Museum. In the following years, she personally donated there about 1,500 of Ukrainian historical art objects. Here on this picture, you see Varvara Khanenko, presumably we think that this is Varvara Khanenko, sitting on the far left in the hall of the first handicraft Ukrainian exhibition in 1906. In his keynote speech of 1904 at the official opening and consecration ceremony of the first Kyiv Museum, Bogdan Khanenko proclaimed a universal collector's mission statement. He said, "Creations of Genesis must not belong only to those who own them. A work of art makes up property that belongs to all and that evokes and ennobles feelings and dreams of mankind, in which mankind can contemplate and comprehend itself. That is why, in the gifts of donors to museums, we should truly recognize only a generous return of due." End of the quote. Yet, the first Kyiv Public Museum was not the Khanenkos' opus magnum. In 1913, they announced their plans about the Khanenko Museum, envisioned as an encyclopedic museum of world arts, to be organized in their private house in Tereshchenkivska Street in Kyiv. Built in 1880s, the house was artistically tailored to accommodate a universal art collection. Let's go back more than 100 years and just for a few minutes look inside this unique mansion. The entrance hall and the grand staircase, both lavishly adorned in the Baroque style. featured. Yes.
May I
Yes,
interrupt
Symon.
just for a minute?
Yes.
I'm not sure that slides are switching, so maybe you could either run the presentation, pressing F5, or switch to the slide you now want to show.
I'm on this slide. Let me, moment. Let me see. Yes, that's it. That's it. Yes. That's it. That's exactly what I'm Symon. Shall I proceed? Do you see it?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Symon, hello.
Yeah, yes.
Hello. Do you hear me? Shall
Yes.
I proceed? Do you see? Yes. Okay. Okay. So this is the entrance hall and the grand staircase, lavishly adorned in Baroque style, featuring Islamic, Asian, European, and Russian arms and armor from the 16th to the 19th century. In the grand staircase, upper level moment, here it is. Let me check if it's, yes, okay. In the grand staircase upper level, it also featured Italian painting and Spanish sculpture of the 18th century and Hindu Vishnuyite wooden sculpture of the same period.
I'm sorry, we're definitely not seeing it. I assume you're sharing the PowerPoint, but not the demonstration mode. So could you please share? Because we're seeing just the third slide, and not what you're showing. So let's try to fix it.
Okay, so what you suggest to do that?
I'd say that you can try to share.
You suggest, Symon?
To share screens, but not the PowerPoint, but the PowerPoint demonstration mode, if it's possible. Or you can switch the slides with the mouse button. So whatever you like.
I'm switching. Do you see now the Khanenko's private art gallery grand staircase?
Nope. No.
Do you see now the no? Okay, I just don't know what shall I do now. And the demo mode from the backstage, I see what actually I'm talking about. I can't see what.
Can you stop the demo mode and try to share it again?
I don't know what.
I will just remove it from here now, and
okay, I will stop and okay. Yes. I will reshare it. Okay, yep. And okay.
And well, yes, sorry about this. More technical issues.
Share screen.
Always appearing in these technical sections. You're not seeing it yet.
There's something. Slides, share screen. I pressed share screen button, but I can see it not yet on this demo screen. Oh, so. Okay, but I know I can switch to the okay.
So
I'll try to start it from the very start again.
Yeah, great. We are waiting for it. Yeah.
Sure.
No problem at all.
Share screen. Otherwise, I will continue just audibly, but I can't switch it again. Settings. I press share screen. Oh, not it.
Yes.
Appeared. Share. Oh, yes. Share screen. And now I'm going to files, which I have already. Let's do it this way.
Okay, so
Just a moment. Hopefully it will work now.
We are here. We're waiting.
Okay.
That's.
And I should go into the yes, to the full screen mode. Sorry, I didn't see the instruction. So I will just, that's Bogdan and Varvara Khanenko. This is the First City Museum. This is their archaeological donation and first archaeological exhibition. This is the handicraft exhibition that Varvara Khanenko so actively organized and co-organized in 1906. And this is the Bogdan Khanenko and his mission of collectors. And this is finally the Khanenko Museum in Kyiv, which was envisioned by Khanenko's as the World Art Museum. And they actually arranged it in the so-called historicism style to present encyclopedic spectrum of world arts that they were collecting from the late 19th to 20s of the 20th century. So we stopped here, and I would like to repeat that this is the entrance hall featuring European, Asian, Islamic, Russian arms and armor, and this is the Baroque upper level of grand staircase with Italian painting, Baroque paintings, and Spanish Baroque sculpture, and also Hindu Vishnu sculpture of the 17th century. And this is the Italian hall, stylized as the ceremonial hall of a Gothic palace. And it presented collections of old Russian and Ukrainian icons. You can see them on the walls. Chinese and Japanese bronze, finest Persian ceramics and metalwork, pieces of Islamic book illumination, Turkish and Persian textiles and carpets, Italian and Spanish maiolica, old Italian paintings. And most of these pieces, what is very interesting, were dated or thought by the Khanenkos as dating 16th and 17th century. So they collected and assembled in the each hall art that was simultaneously, synchronically developing in all parts of the world that they could reach as collectors. This is the Italian or Red Lounge, designed as a Renaissance hall, and it combined Italian, or thought by the Khanenkos as Italian, painting, sculpture, textiles, furniture, and Islamic and Buddhist metalwork. The Delft dining room, furnished as a room of the 17th century Dutch burgher house, was a space where Khanenkos presented 17th and 18th century Delft blue and white faience, German and Polish faience of the same period, and also Chinese and Japanese porcelain of the same periods, along with some European paintings. All in all, the Khanenkos private gallery consisted of 10 halls, presenting a widest spectrum of world art traditions, from the last millennium BC to the 19th century, in an exquisite architectural setting. In his last will, signed in spring 1917, Bogdan Khanenko donated his part of the collection to the city of Kyiv and asked his wife to add her part and organize a public world art museum in their mansion. He died in May 1917, and in December 1918, at the time of great social turbulence, the 66-year-old Varvara Khanenko signed a deed of gift, transferring everything to the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences. However, within a month, Russian Bolsheviks established their military rule in Kyiv and forcibly nationalized the Khanenko's collection and the mansion. The public museum was officially established in June 23, 1919. Varvara Hanenko rejected several opportunities to emigrate. She remained in Kyiv, taking all possible care of the museum, inviting scholars to study the collection and solving maintenance problems. She passed away 100 years ago in May 1922. And a week later, all the Hanenko's archives disappeared, and there has been no trace of them up to now. In 1924, their names were removed from the museum title, as it was explained in the official Soviet document, due to the absence of the revolutionary merits of the Hanenkos, and the political campaign of obliteration of their memory started. In 1925, in line with the new Soviet cultural and education policy of rearrangement of the museum collections according to their profile, the first transfers from the former Hanenko Museum collection took place. The complex history and contents of the Hanenko's original collection of arts and antiquities deserve a special collaborative large-scale study. Due to their generous donations to the first museum and the later Soviet period transfers, today parts of their encyclopedic collection besides the Hanenko Museum itself are presented by 5 other national museums in Kyiv. I will only name them: the National Art Museum of Ukraine, the National Museum of the History of Ukraine, with its branch, the National Treasury, the National Museum Kyiv Picture Gallery, the National Museum of Ukrainian Folk and Decorative Art, and the National Kyiv-Pechersk Historical and Cultural Preserve. Getting back to the Hanenko Museum, or the Kyiv State Museum of Western and Oriental Art, as it was called during the most part of the 20th century, I would add that in the course of that century, of that period, the Hanenko's valuable world art collection got considerably enriched by many donations, acquisitions, and transfers. Say, in 1921, a collection of archaeological ceramic from Samarkand, mostly of the Samanid period, that is, late 9th and 10th centuries, entered the museum holdings. It included about 200 first-class whole pieces and more than 1,000 of sherds. In 1925, by the last will of the famous scholar, art connoisseur, and collector Vasil Stravinsky, his large and very valuable collection of paintings and prints by North European old masters, including, for instance, this folia by Albert Dürer in the center, was transferred to the museum. This donation considerably enriched the Hanenko's European art collection that was focused primarily on Italian old masters' painting, sculpture, and applied art from the late Gothic period on. In 1940, earliest Byzantine encaustic icons dating 6th and 7th century, the pre-iconoclastic period of Byzantine art, were transferred to the museum from another Kyiv state collection. One of the oldest, from the 6th century, was this pre-canonic icon Godmother with Child Christ that you see to the left. In 1950s, Taisia Jaspar, a Ukrainian-born artist and a collector who was living in Shanghai for many years, donated and also sold to the museum over 350 pieces of classical Chinese painting, sculpture, and objects of decorated and applied art. On the other hand, during the Soviet period of history, the museum suffered great losses. Just a few examples. In early 1930s, the world-famous piece of Islamic metalwork, the Hanenko's Persian Aquamanile, dating 1206, and featuring a unique composition, a unique sculpture group of zebu cow with a calf and a lion, cast all together, was possibly taken from Kyiv to be sold at the international sale, but instead it landed in the Metropolitan Soviet State Hermitage Museum, and no claims from the Hanenko Museum has been ever considered. During the years of the Second World War, about 25,000 museum items were looted by Nazis. Only a few have been traced so far, and 2 are already restituted. One of them you see on the slide to the right, Lovers by Pierre Boudreau, French master of the 18th century. And this is the way the museum halls looked in 1944 after Nazis' retreat. It was the second war in the museum history, and in fall 1944, the exhibitions were reinstalled and reopened to the public. And I'm going to quickly flip through a few pictures of the Hanenko Museum before February 24, 2022, for you to have an idea of the museum and its activities. This is the grand staircase and Chinese and Islamic art halls. This is the gallery and a concert of classical music there. And this is the Buddhist art hall and its guided tour, its lesson there. And this is the Hanenko Museum now. The collections are dismantled and stored in boxes. In June 2022, guided tours around the Hanenko's historic mansion started. And in August this year, the first war period temporary art projects, the exhibition Soldiers of Invasion by Oleh Yatsuk, a contemporary Ukrainian artist, was launched in the emptied halls of the Asian building. The museum team is currently focusing upon conservation of the collection and public work. Only a very small, although the most valuable part of the museum collection has been so far digitized and presented on the museum website. Also, the selected Islamic art objects are presented on the International Museum with No Frontiers digital platform. We do need to foster digitization, as most of other Ukrainian museums and archives do, to join the international network of research and become more efficient, more visible, and more protected. So we do appreciate all kinds of technical and financial support of digitization of rich cultural heritage of Ukraine. Thank you very much for your kind attention and for patience for these technical troubles. And I will be very happy to answer all questions and hear the comments.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. I'm not sure that we have any questions in the chat, but anyway, we're still a little bit behind time, so that's probably the moment for me to thank you for your participation and for you donating the time to our event. I think I have just one short question. Like, do you have any initiative or activity in Hanenko Museum to provide the systematic digitization of your collections? I mean, like 3D modeling.
Not yet. Not yet. We are thinking, and we were thinking for long about that, but we haven't approached it yet. And what we did, we had won the grant from House of Europe for the technical equipment for that, including cameras and all kinds of, I'm not sure I know I remember the exact name of these platforms that are moving for 3D, for 3D shooting. And we were planning to do that in the coming years, by first of all, by our own team. But we haven't actually started it. We have a 3D tour a few years ago. It was done, but we didn't have any systematic experience of digitization yet.
Yeah, well, that's, I believe, the common Ukrainian problem. So I just hope that we'll solve it somehow with this initiative.
Symon, I'm just taking an opportunity. I would like to add one more comment on archaeological issues, because this is mainly the discussion of archaeologists. Ukrainian, the Hanenko Museum have, and as curator, I'm kind of in charge of rather big and interesting collection of Islamic shards, starting, as I said, from the early period of early Islam, 7th and 8th centuries, from Abbasid, or maybe even earlier from Umayyads, and to the, say, 17th Safavid, Iranian Safavid period. And it's about 2000 now, including all the acquisitions and transfers of the 20th century. And it's only very roughly registered, described and registered. And just to let people who are listening to us know that there is such a collection, which someday should be digitized and should be accessed by the wider public. Maybe that could appear some collaborative projects that we can join.
That's what we would like to approach. Yeah, that would be the great solution. Okay, thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you for contribution.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you all.
Have a nice day. Yeah, and our next speaker is already here in the studio, so please welcome Gennadiy Kazakevych. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Simon. Nice to meet you too. Hello.
And Gennadiy is Ukrainian best and most known expert in the unusual for Ukrainian archaeology topics. So we are very welcome him here, and please share your talk with us.
Thank you. Now I'll try to share my screen.
Yep, sure.
Mm-hmm. So a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, just share in the bottom. There is share screen.
Yep.
I already seen.
I have uploaded. Yes. Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Almost okay.
So now we're seeing it. Great.
Okay. Thank you so much. And first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to all people of goodwill who support my country in any possible way. And here in Ukraine, we very much appreciate it, and we need this support so much. So my presentation is devoted to the Iron Age Celts and their influence on the territory of today's Ukraine. And we will talk about this topic in terms of classical studies and archaeology. So let's start. The lands of present-day Ukraine were stretched across the distinct periphery of the Celtic world. And the only region of the present-day Ukraine where the Latin culture was sufficiently widespread is the Transcarpathian area, which lies southwestwards of the Carpathian Mountains. The undulating terrain with its mild climate provided excellent conditions for cattle breeding and farming. And the wetlands of the Upper Tisa basin offered large sources of both iron ore and charcoal, which were used in the Iron Age metallurgy. During the 7th, 4th centuries BC, the Upper Tisa basin was occupied by the Kushtanovitsa culture, which is most frequently associated with the northern Thracians. In the 3rd, 2nd centuries BC, the cultural situation in the region changed radically. New technologies of house building, pottery making, and metalworking were introduced in the Upper Tisa area, and new centers of economic and political activities emerged. There are more than 20 sites of the Latin culture in this region of Ukraine, and the most notable of them is the one located on the Galesh and Lovachka hills near the modern town of Mukachevo. It was a large rural settlement that had no significant fortifications. However, it was also a major center of craftsmanship, especially bronze and iron working, which was involved in long-distance trade with other Celtic centers of this region. The local blacksmiths acquired raw materials from the nearby area and probably from the specialized center of metallurgy in Nove Klinove, which consisted of working grounds with remains of about 200 of forges, slag, and iron aggregations. And here we can see the picture of excavations which were provided by Vasil Bidzila in this area in the early 60s. It is highly likely that Gale-Slovačka was not just a production, but also a political center of the local area. The traces of the coin minting, as well as some characteristic findings of military equipment, such as the short sword with an X-shaped handle, long slashing swords, and iron chain belts, horse bits, and chariot fittings, give a lot of reasons to suggest a presence of the Celtic military elite on the settlement. There is no doubt that there were also some sanctuaries in the nearby area. There are some findings of the Celtic coins with characteristic chop marks, which are typical for many cult centers in the Central Europe. And some bronze figurines come from the votive deposit in Malabigany, not so far from Galesh and Slovačka hills. In the 1st century BC, the Celtic settlements of the whole Upper Tisa area declined due to the military activity of Dacians and their leader Burebista. It is not clear when the Latin sites of the Transcarpathian area were abandoned exactly, but we know that at least some of them survived the Burebista's raids in the mid-1st century BC. The Latin technological achievements influenced the Dacians significantly. So during the next few decades, a syncretic Celtic Dacian culture with a center at Malakopania Hillfort emerged. It is rather a complicated task to define how far-reaching was the Celtic expansion in the lands eastward of the Carpathian Mountains. Since the late Hellenistic period, some classical authors who followed Posidonius as their main source invented the term Celtocytaeans to describe the Celts and Scythians who met and mingled in the North Pontic area. And it is highly likely that this mixed barbarian population was also known to the classical authors as the Bastarne. In this part of my presentation, I'll try to show that the Greeks and Romans were actually right, at least in terms of their own categories and concepts. There was indeed a group of population in the lands of today's Ukraine, Poland, and Moldova, which combined some Northern European, Celtic, Balkan, and probably some local cultural elements. And this group emerged due to the cultural transitions in the basins of Dniester and Vistula rivers between the Baltic and Black Seas. We should start with the terms Scythia and Scythians, which were even less scientific and more artificial cultural constructions than the word Celts, which we used to write in quotation marks by now. As Herodotus pointed out, the so-called Scythians never used this ethnic term as a name to refer to themselves. Nevertheless, the Greeks used the name Scythians to label various groups of nomadic, semi-nomadic, and settled tribes which belonged to different linguistic groups and obviously shared different cultural identities. One should pay attention to a purely geographical character of the term Scythia, and now it is widely associated with the nomadic royal Scythians of the Black Sea littoral. However, for many classical authors, especially for those who belonged to the Posidonius tradition, the Scythia extended far to the north. According to Strabo, it occupied the most northern part of the world, which ended at the Northern Sea. At the same time, Diodorus Siculus notes that the rich in amber island Basileia is situated directly opposite the part of Scythia which lies above Galatia. And some scholars identify Basileia Island with Helgoland, which lays to the west from Jutland in Atlantic. Anyway, it is important to stress that the classical authors, at least those of the Hellenistic period, considered the southern littoral of Baltic Sea as a part of Scythia. The 3rd century BC was a period of crisis and power vacuum in the North Pontic area. At this time, both narrative and archaeological sources demonstrate a penetration of some groups of newcomers from the West in this part of Eastern Europe. First of all, the Greek epigraphic decree in honor of Protogenes informs us of the military activity in the northwestern Pontic area. It mentions the Galatai and Skiroi military union threatening Olbia and nearby Scythian tribes. The date of the decree is uncertain. It could reflect the events of either the second half of the 3rd century BC or the early 2nd century BC. The question of who were Galatians mentioned by this document largely depends on its date. Most probably the Skiroi, who were the allies of the Galatians, belonged to the same ethnic entity as Skiri, an Eastern Germanic tribe located somewhere in Vistula Basin, according to Pliny the Elder. So it seems more likely that both groups of invaders, Galatians and Skiri, came from the north rather than from the south. Meanwhile, Claudius Ptolemy, who used the sources dating to the turn of the millennium, mentions some clearly Celtic-looking ethnic and place names in the Eastern Europe, far enough from the area of the Latin culture. Let's have a look at the archaeological context of all those mentions in written sources. If to speak about the Celtic presence in the lands of today's Ukraine, one must admit that the situation differed significantly depending on the region. To the east of the Carpathian Mountains, there are very few pure Latin settlements or burials. One can mention the small settlement and pottery workshop in Bovshiv, Upper Dniester area, and 2 cremation burials, Zalisia and Vyshche Tarasivka. Such complexes may probably be considered as traces of the micromigrations of craftsmen, mercenaries, and women involved in matrimonial links. There are also a lot of isolated findings of the Latin jewelry, coins, and military equipment. They can be divided into 2 major groups: the early to middle Latin and the middle to late Latin imports. Most of them are concentrated in the Upper Dniester and Middle Dnipro basins. It is clearly visible that the earliest Latin artifacts in the region had their prototypes in Thrace. These include the double spring brooches of the Pestrup type, also known as the Pauken Feeble type, which were produced extensively in Seutopolis and Zboranovo in Thrace until the middle of the 3rd century BC. One should also point out the findings of the lead coins from the Dniester estuary. They most probably belong to the rare type of coins which was produced in northeastern Bulgaria in the 3rd, 2nd centuries BC by mixed Celtic Thracian population. Special attention should be paid to the oval shield and sword with an X-shaped handle representations on the coins of Leukon II, the ruler of Bosporan kingdom. We don't know exactly why he started to mint coins with the images of the Celtic-looking military equipment. However, one can find very similar depictions on the coins produced by the Greek colonies of the West Black Sea littoral that have paid a tribute to the Celtic king Kavaros. In general, it seems clear that the increasing quantity of the early and middle Latin artifacts in the lands eastward of Carpathians and the emergence of the oval shield representations in the Bosporan kingdom all coincide with the rise of the Celtic military activity in the Balkans. However, this period didn't last too long, and even if there were military raids of the Celts from Thrace into the North Pontic area, they seem to have no significant impact on the cultural development of the region. Dramatic changes came in the early 2nd century BC when the Przeworsk, Poyaneshti, Lukashivka, and Zarubinci archaeological cultures emerged in the lands of Eastern Europe. And unfortunately, there is a kind of a problem with my slides because I can't see the drawings of the borders of those archaeological cultures, but there are my writings. So the Przeworsk culture was located somewhere here, and Zarubinci and Poyaneshti, Lukashivka in the territory of today's Moldova. All three cultures are sometimes called de-Latinized, because they combined the Latin and Jastorf traditions in their aspects of material culture and ritual practices. The bearers of those cultures are often identified with the Bastarne, a tribal group that, according to Greek and Roman sources, emerged in the northwestern part of Pontic littoral by the early 2nd century BC. The Bastarne are known for their invasions of Thrace and Illyricum, as well as for their resistance to Roman expansion. Titus Livius makes a note that the Bastarne were related to the Celtic Skardiski. That's interesting because the Zarubinci culture bearers used to wear the Middle Latin fibula with the triangular stem ending. Outside of the Zarubinci culture area, similar fibulae are known only in the lands of Skardiski. The Latin influence is also evident in the funeral rite and pottery making of Zarubinci culture. Most classical authors define the Bastarne as either the Celts or the Germans, and thus the real ethnic background of this tribal group still remains uncertain. Anyway, it is highly doubtful that members of this tribal group referred to themselves as Bastarne. This supposition may be partially confirmed by the Tacitus evidence in Germania. Speaking about the Piuchini, who were known to be a branch of Bastarne, Tacitus stresses that the Piuchini were called by some Bastarne. The Bastarne ethnicon was more likely a generic term used by Greek and Roman authors to describe a mixed Western-like barbarian community which emerged in the lands of Scythia in the early 2nd century BC. There are some interesting archaeological finds that reflect the cultural transitions between the Balkans, North Pontic area, and Northern Europe in the 1st century BC. About a dozen exceptionally rich warrior graves were excavated in Mutin, its Sumy region, far in the northeast of Ukraine. They present a distinct combination of Zarubinci culture elements and some features of Jastorf and Przeworsk culture. All these burials are dated to the late 1st century BC. The graves contained 13 late Latin swords and other military equipment. The most impressive finds are 5 late Latin helmets. At least 2 of them belong to the Novo Mesto type, which were produced during the 1st century BC by the Celtic Tauriski in today's Slavonia. Finds of such helmets from outside the Middle Danube region are rare. However, one of them was found in the Przeworsk grave from Shemiechów in Poland. 3 others came from the Sarmatian burials of Azov Sea area. Another intriguing artifact comes from the Przeworsk grave in Gryniv in the upper Dniester area. It was a rich warrior burial which is dated to the early decades of the 1st century AD. The burial rite of this grave display interesting mixture of the late Latin, Przeworsk, and Velbark traditions. The most notable artifact from the burial is the bronze plate of scabbard, decorated with the cut-out anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figures in the open work style. Some parallels to the Greniv's bronze plate decoration can be found in different artistic traditions. The scene with a beast of prey and a bird appears on the Falar from the Isle of Sark in the English Channel. The image of the horseman from the Greniv scabbard is undoubtedly of Thracian origin. It is almost identical to the raider figure from the Letnica silver plate. By contrast, the closest analogies to the eagle-headed griffin, features and proportions of the human figures, as well as floral elements, come from the silver plates of the Gundestrup cauldron, which most probably combines the elements of the Balkan and Celtic iconography, technologies, and materials. The warrior graves from Mutin and Greniv, as well as some other finds, give reasons to suggest that there was a significant cultural transitions and movements of individuals, ideas, and technologies between the southern Baltic area, North Pontic area, and the Celtic enclaves in Balkan region. So the question is how all these cultural transactions came into being. To my opinion, the answer could be found in the Historia Naturalis by Pliny the Elder. This part of his book, the book 4, is devoted to geography of Europe. And the Pliny's text is a kind of an itinerary, which has its starting and ending points in the Straits of Gades, or Gibraltar, as we know it today. Pliny's writings are based on the accounts of some earlier geographers and travelers. He describes the Mediterranean littoral, Italy, Alps, and Balkans, islands of Ionian Sea. Then he pays his attention to Hellespont, Dacia, Sarmatia, and Scythia. But the most interesting for us is the part of his book in which Pliny proposes his reader to leave the Black Sea, cross Riphean mountains, and come into the Northern Ocean, or Baltic Sea, where numerous islands lay opposite the shores of Scythia. He describes his way from southeast to northwest in terms of boat journey. In next chapters of his work, Pliny describes the lands of Cimbri, Germania, Gallia, and Britain. And now let's have a look at the map. There is no doubt that Riphean mountains are actually Carpathians, because there are no other mountains laying between the Black and Baltic Seas. Pliny mentions Vistula River as a kind of a natural boundary of this region, which is populated by Sarmatians, Venedi, Skiri, and Hiri. But as far as Pliny describes his way from southeast to northwest, it means that Sarmatians were first to be met, then came Venedi, Skiri, and Hiri, and the latter probably occupied the shores of the Baltic Sea. Finally, the one can admit that the Celtic-looking names mentioned by Claudius Ptolemy are located exactly on the waterway from Baltic to Black Seas, as well as such important archaeological sites as Bovshev workshop and Greniv burial that were mentioned above. And to conclude, if to speak about the Celtic presence in the lands of today's Ukraine, one must admit that the situation differed significantly depending on the region. There was a group of settlements and burials which occupied the Transcarpathian region during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. It was a rather typical subgroup of the Latin culture, similar to those in nearby regions of Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. In the lands eastward of Carpathians, there are some traces of Celtic military raids and micro-migrations of craftsmen, mercenaries, and women. However, they had no significant influence on the cultural situation. In the lands of today's Ukraine, the Greeks and Romans mentioned the Celtocytaeans or Bastarne to identify the Western-looking population of this region, people of Scythia who looked like Celts or Germans because of their appearance, military traditions, and so on. And they were right, at least to some extent, because this population used material culture very similar to the Celtic or Latin one. We used to label this population as the Eastern Germanic. However, if we take into account Claudius Ptolemy evidence, we should acknowledge that there were some groups of population in the lower Danube and Dniester areas that either spoke Celtic dialects or, more likely, considered them prestigious enough to use them for naming their settlements and tribal groups. There are lots of evidence that the so-called Latinized cultures that flourished in the Eastern Europe from the 2nd century BC to the early 1st century AD were influenced by both Germanic Jastorf or Oxivia cultures and the cultures of the Balkan Celts. It was possible because there was a road which passed from the lower Danube area and northwest Black Sea littoral through the Dniester and Vistula basins to the Baltic Sea. It was used for exchanging individuals, artifacts, ideas, and technologies between southern, eastern, and northern Europe. 3 centuries later, the Goths used this road to migrate from the Baltic littoral to the North Pontic area. But it is completely another story. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gennadiy, for the fascinating talk, for the great, interesting story. That was a pleasure and joy to listen. I have just one quick question before we move forward. Do you know anything? Is there anything about the genetics of Celtic population here on the territory of Ukraine or nearby?
Actually, no, because there are very few burials, and almost all of them came from Transcarpathian area, and almost all of them were made according to the incineration ritual. So they were burned, and we cannot exclude any genetic materials from such burials. So that is a problem, and it's a problem not only of the Celtic or Celticized population of Ukraine, but it also about this population of the whole Central and Eastern Europe, because cremation was the most popular ritual at that moment.
Yeah, cremation is a horrible archaeological rite. It literally destroys the data right away.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you again for your contribution. And I'm going to invite the next speaker to join us. That's Marta Estranquiero from Portugal and Dublin, and she's here. Greetings,
Hello,
Marta.
Simon. How are you? Hello, everyone.
Great. We're hearing you. I just want to check if we're seeing you. Well, yes, it seems like yes. So nice to meet you. Nice to have you here. And thanks for joining us. You're invited to share screen, to share your presentation and start the chat. If your connection is good enough, obviously. Are you hearing us well?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, wonderful. Let's check.
Hello. I will play again video on the background while you, Marta, preparing presentation. Yeah, and it's
Okay.
I just remind that this is a share button, share screen. Yeah, and you have option to choose the screen inside. Yeah, and don't forget, guys, to donate on this 3D scanners, which will help Ukrainian historians to scan and to preserve very important heritage which we have.
Support Ukrainian archaeology. So now, Marta, you can share your presentation with us, and we are.
I'm sharing my screen, but I'm just sharing the the live stream and not my presentation.
You can share the PowerPointing, and this will work.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we do.
You can?
So just run it and.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, you can see it and you can hear me.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I'm good to go. So hello, everyone. My name is Marta Estranquiero, and I'm a PhD applicant at UCD. And today I'm going to talk about the use of multispectral imagery in archaeological site detection. So remote sensing is a powerful tool to obtain information about the Earth's surface at a global and a local scale. Datasets regarding the atmosphere, climate, land, vegetation, water, and pollution can now be easily accessed by users of various backgrounds. One of the applications of remote sensing techniques has been the identification of archaeological sites. This is very important as one can identify, study, and monitor remotely, reducing enormously the time and money involved in these studies. The increasing availability of open source spaceborne multispectral data like Sentinel-2 with high spatial and temporal resolution has become an essential tool for archaeologists. Several methods for mapping new archaeological sites have been developed using multispectral data from single band analysis, band combinations, applications of indices, principal component analysis, supervised classification techniques, among others. So remote sensing is the acquisition of information about a distant object or phenomenon using electromagnetic radiation and the interpretation of the derived information. So as we can see here in this graphic, we have the solar electromagnetic radiation is incident on a surface material. The material reflects the incident radiation. The amount of energy reflected gives us the spectral characteristics of the surface material. The incident radiation reflected by the surface is known as surface reflectance. And the reflected radiation that is measured by the sensor that is located at the top of atmosphere is known as top of atmosphere radiance. So the incident and the reflected radiation are affected by atmospheric phenomena such as scattering and absorption. Some of the effects of atmospheric scattering can be seen through gas molecules, pollen, dust, water droplets. And one important thing is because the radiation have to go through the atmosphere on its way to the surface. And then again, on this way to the sensor, it will be affected by the scattering and absorption. And we have to minimize, we have to eliminate these values. So the process of estimating the surface reflectance values by removing the atmosphere effect is known as atmospheric correction. And this is very important because if you want to discover new archaeological sites through the study of the spectral signature, we have to do atmospheric correction. So here we have the electromagnetic spectrum and their respective wavelengths. And we are going to use the visible and infrared. That is going from 400 nanometers to around 2,200 nanometers. Below, we have the reflection spectrum of soil, vegetation, and water. This is just an indicative because, as you know, we have different type of soils, different type of vegetations, and we also have different type of water in the sense that we have like clear water and polluted water and things like that. So we understand by looking at these images that the healthy vegetation that is represented here as the brown line have a sharp increase around 600 and something like a bell shape following, while the bare soil have a more smooth line that is going up until it reach its higher values around 1,800 nanometers. And this is important because when we are studying archaeological sites and archaeological spectral signatures, what we are going to look for is soil, because most archaeological sites are above soil or above vegetation. So it's important for us to be able to recognize the spectral signature of these two types. So Sentinel-2 data, that's what I used. And Sentinel-2 data is a multispectral data, is freely available, is gathered by the twin satellites 2A and 2B, have a special resolution of 10 meters in the bands 2, 3, 4, and 8, 20 meters in the bands 5, 6, 7, 8A, 11, and 12, and 60 meters in the bands 1, 9, and 10. The work of both satellites allows a revisit time of 5 days. And the level 1C products are pre-processed with radiometric and geometric correction. And the level 2A products provides bottom of atmosphere reflectance images derives from the associated level 1C products. That means that level 2A products have atmospheric correction. So if you want to study the spectral signature of archaeological sites, you should use these ones. So limitations. Optical data is limited by weather conditions, as we know, cloud cover or lack of sunlight. So study area. So I chose Banat Plains. That is a flat landscape located in the Carpathian Basin and home to the confluence of major river networks centered on the Danube. It includes part of Hungary, Romania, and northern Serbia. And this work will focus on the Serbian part of Banat, geographically limited by the river Tisza in the west, the Danube in the south, and the Romanian border in the east. So in recent years, several large enclosures have been identified in the Serbian Banat region using Google Earth imagery and confirmed by field surveys. Although more research is needed, all these enclosures seem to have been built in the Late Bronze Age. All sites identified seem to share some common characteristics that include subcircular, pale white spots at the ground surface, visible by aerial imagery, where a high concentration of pottery sherds can be found. You can see in these two examples the white spots in the soil that, because of the high concentration of ceramics, researchers think that these are remainings of dwellings. The problem is the dwellings were probably made by mud bricks, so nothing is left, just the ceramics. I cannot talk too much about these new enclosures, because this is an ongoing research that involves several researchers, and there are several papers that are going to be published very soon. So I'm going to focus just on remote sensing today. So here we have more examples of late bronze age sites already known. And you can see that these white spots in the soil just stand out. Just in case I put the small arrows, but you can see that is, okay, I alter a little bit of the images because I give a little more contrast in some of them, but you can clearly see the white spots coming out and contrasting with the rest of the landscape. So regarding the methodology, so I started by downloading several Sentinel-2 images that are pre-processed with an atmospheric correction. That is very important, I already said that. One for each month of the year, and with the low cloud cover possible, so less than 20%. Then I did some RGB combinations to see if they help improve the visualization of the sites. You don't need to use atmospheric corrected images if you just want to use RGB composites. You could use Sentinel-1C data. That's just fine. It's like using Google Earth, but better. You just have to use atmospheric corrected images if you want to gather data regarding spectral analysis, or if you want to calculate indices, then you have to use those type of data. So in order to characterize the spectral signature of the sites and compare it with the background, I created regions of interest. And after, I did some PCAs. And finally, I compared the results and I validate them. So let's start. So this is 3 examples of Sentinel-2 band combinations that you don't have to use atmospheric corrected images. You just can download them and do the band combinations that you want in order to visualize your sites. I use 3 of the combinations that are more common. In the first case, we have the 4-3-2 band combination, also known as natural color. In the second, I use the false color infrared, that is the band 8, 4, and 3. And the last one, also known as shortwave infrared, I use the 12, the 8, and the 4. And just looking at the images, you see that the first and the second works far best than the last one. So here is how I created the regions of interest. So we use GIS environment to draw a region of interest inside the archaeological site. In this case, I used the pale soil marks. And then to represent the surroundings, I chose the bare soil areas close to the archaeological sites. That is represented by these green squares. And below, you can see the spectral signatures of both archaeological and the background. And you can see that is very similar as the graphic that we saw earlier, very similar to the bare soil signature. And this is a good thing because they are on bare soil. They have a difference between them. The archaeological features have higher values. And this is also a good thing because I need a separation between both values in order to discover new sites. So both of them are sediments, but one reflects more light than the other. So here is what happens when I choose areas with vegetation to represent the background instead of bare soil. So in this case, to the right, I chose only squares that have small vegetation, and they are represented by the red rectangulars. And you can see below that the spectral signature is completely different. Now it have like a round shape, similar to the kind of similar to the vegetation signature that we saw earlier. So here it is again, the graphic that I showed previously with the vegetation signature and with the bare soil. And you can see that they are somewhat similar. As I told you before, there are very types of soil, very types of vegetation, so it's impossible for them to be exactly the same as this graphic shows. This is just an indicative. So unfortunately, we cannot control this because archaeological sites are located generally in agricultural fields, and we never know when the fields are going to be plotted or not. So we never know if what we are going to find. So here we have the graphic showing the spectral signatures of the soil and the archaeological sites for all the 12 months. And we can see that for 9 months, and the remaining 3 are in the next slide. And we can see that they either have a round shape like vegetation, or they have like this smooth line like bare soil. And we can also see that February, the second month, have a clear separation between archaeological sites and the surroundings. And this is very good because this is telling me that I can use February data to discover new sites, because I'm going to be able to see a clear distinction between the surroundings and the sites. So again, this is the remaining 3 months, and we can see that in November, we also have a clear separation. One funny thing is that if you are able to read spectral signatures, if you are able to read these graphics, you don't even need the images, because you can look to the graphic and you see, okay, these lines correspond to bare soil. Okay, and these lines correspond to vegetation. You immediately know if your site is surrounded by vegetation, if it's surrounded by bare soil, if your site is covered by vegetation at that exact month. So it's a good thing to learn. So here I created these graphics just for this presentation, because this is the representation of the 12 months of the same data, of the same site, but this time using Sentinel-1C data. Not the data that have atmospheric correction, but the 1C level, the data that most researchers use. And as you can see, it's completely different. We cannot see here a smooth line representing bare soil. We cannot see that round shape representing the vegetation. This data is like insane. Just for you to see better, I chose the February month, and here you have the same data for the same site. And comparing one to the other, you see that they have nothing in common. So this can tell you, if you chose the wrong type of data, this is what you are going to get. And this is really bad, because if you get good data, like a spectral signature of one site, we can all create a database and share data. But if you use this type of data, 1C level, without the atmospheric correction, we cannot use it, because it's have been influenced by the atmosphere effects, and we cannot use it. So Again, this is another site. Again, 9 months, because I cannot find space to put the 12 in here. So we have 9 months, and you can see that again, we have the smooth line of the bare soil. We have the round shape in the months where it's normal to have vegetation. And we see that in several months, we have like a clear separation between the two lines. One of them is again February. And here are the remaining 3 months. In this time, we have a clear separation in October and in November. And this also depends on whether the the field is plotted or not. So it's not up to us. And now we have the February month from 3 different sites, just to show that the 3 of them are quite similar. Again, the smooth signature of the bare soil, a clear separation between both lines, the archaeological sites and the surroundings. And this let me know that I can use this month. This is a good month to use, to analyze, and to look for more sites. So here are examples of more archaeological sites. If I use the February month, as you can see, they are clearly visible. Again, I have stretched a little bit the contrast for you to see better, but it's a good month to use. So what I did then was a principal component analysis using several months. February was one of them. So principal component analysis is a technique for dimensionality reduction. And the first principal component will account for much of the variation in the data, and the second and the third for most of the remaining variation. So here is the resulting images using the February month and using the second, the third, and the fourth component. And you can see that the archaeological site stands out in this yellow halo color. And this is very easy to detect more archaeological sites. So this is a very good result. So this is potential sites that I have discovered. I have discovered nearly 100 sites through the PCA of February and through the RGB combinations that I told you before. And this is some of the examples, and you can clearly see the white soil pale marks that is characteristic of the late Bronze Age sites. And some of the sites were already visited and confirmed, but because there are so many, 100, this will take a long time. So for the results, from the analysis performed, the more effective methods used in the identification of non-archaeological sites were Sentinel-2 PCA, February, resulting images using the second, the third, and the fourth component, and the band combinations 432 and 843. Around 100 potential archaeological locations were identified for the use of these methods applied to Sentinel-2 imagery. Some sites, like I said, were already confirmed with field surveys, and others will be visited later this year and probably next year. And that's it for today. I thank you all for watching, and if you have any question, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. And yeah, some thanks coming also from chat. That was quite interesting topic. I just want to ask a kind of professional question. I like to ask about the remote sensing every time. Have you tried to automatize the procedure completely with this workflow, or is it necessary to have a manual interruption at some point?
Yes, I try to, because you can do like automatic supervised classification. But the problem is because I only have sediments. The houses were made by mud brick, and the researcher think that I didn't analyze the sediments yet, but the researcher told me that he thinks that is made of loess, and there's a lot of loess in that area. So when I try to do a supervised classification, immediately the computer is going to pick up all the lowest signature in different areas and is going to present them as potential areas. So I thought that it's easier this way, because the final image have these like yellow spots, and you just have to count them, one here, one there, one there, one there, one there, and just visit them. That's how I've discovered like nearly 100 sites. But yes, I'm going to try to collect samples and take them to the lab and try to discover what are they made of.
Got it. Well, I just simply outlined it to the territory of Ukraine, and I assume that it might be slightly simpler to automatize it, though, well, doesn't matter. We never tried, and I wish we could. That's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amazing presentation. Just want to share some comment. It's not a question, but it's like for fun, you know. Maria Marchenko, she's sent greetings, massive thanks for all speakers for your remarkable and sedulous work. It is truly inspirational. Wishing you the best of luck in all your scientific
endeavors.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, you know.
Yeah, and that's quite true. Thank you very much, and thank you all who donated their time. And well, once more, thank you, Marta. And we are jumping up to the next speaker meanwhile. So while I'm saying hello to Bianca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, and I'm really happy to see you here, and we hear you well. I'm just here for one more second to remind everybody to donate to support our initiative and to keep the Ukrainian cultural heritage and archaeological heritage alive by your donations. And then I'm giving the space to you to share the screen and introduce.
Can you see my presentation?
Sure. You just need to run it.
And now it's in slideshow?
Yeah,
we see in slideshow, yeah. And just 30 seconds, I will play one more time our video about the donations, and we could start. Thank you.
Okay, so let me know if the slides work, or I suppose that if they don't move at some point, you will tell me. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be part of this event. It's a great honor for me that I am here. I apologize, I have a bit of cold, so I think my voice sounds a bit funny, but I will try to speak as clearly as possible. I would like to introduce myself first. I am Bianca Preda-Bălănică. I am a Romanian archaeologist that I'm currently working in Helsinki at the University of Helsinki as a postdoctoral researcher in the Yamnaya Impact on Prehistoric Europe project. You can see here the project website. A couple of information about what we are studying. The Impact project is an ERC advanced grant that started in 2019 in Helsinki and is studying the migration of the Yamnaya population in the 3rd millennium BC and their impact on prehistoric Europe, as the title says. There are several components of the project. We have several teams working in different countries like Hungary and Germany and the UK, in Finland, and we also have local collaborators in Romania and Bulgaria and Hungary, which is the area where the project is focused on. We are performing aDNA analysis, isotopes related to diet mostly. We C14 dating. We have a team that is dealing with paleo soils and soil formation, another team that studied paleoclimate and possible changes in this period. So it's an interdisciplinary project, and in this I am of course dealing with the archaeology, with the burial customs of the Yamnaya and their interaction with local societies and their impact on the region. So this is what I have been doing in the past years. I was talking about the area where the project is focused, and this is the westernmost distribution area of Yamnaya graves in the current countries of Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Serbia. We have about 400 burial mounds that have been excavated in the past more than 100 years. And of course, the interest that this topic has raised in the last 10 years has brought lots of advance in the knowledge of these burial mounds that date from the last third of the 4th millennium BC and continue to be used for a long time, even during the 1st millennium AD. Excavation is also a part of the project, and it's actually what I am planning to present today. And excavation in Impact Project has several backgrounds, let's say. First is one of the objectives is research, of course, to find out more about Yamnaya graves in this region. There is also a teaching component. As always, we have students with us joining us on our excavation, and there is also a rescue component, and this is why I have actually chosen to present, because we are talking here, of course, from various reasons about endangered heritage, right? And of course, in these countries there is peace, there is no conflict, but still burial mounds are one of the most vulnerable categories of heritage in terms of intentional destruction and looting and so on. So we have excavated 2 burial mounds, one in Boldești in Romania in 2019 and another one in Moghila in 2021. We had a break in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. And both of these mounds were partially affected by looting and illegal digging, for instance, for using the soil and so on. And I would like to present here today our findings and basically highlight the immense loss we have had if these burial mounds had been destroyed completely, right? The one in Romania, the police had to step in and stop the people that were destroying it. And the destruction was so close to one of the graves that I will show you that is a wonderful, absolutely wonderful grave. So all that information would have been just lost. So I thought that it's kind of suitable for this event to think about what we could lose by not documenting properly or not protecting our heritage. So in Romania in 2019, we excavated the kurgan in Prahova County. You can see it marked in red in the southeast of the county. I have been in the past involved in excavations in the southwest region of the same county. That looks completely different. And now it was an opportunity to study a different area, and we will see with amazing results. The mound was about 3 meters high, 50 meters in diameter. You can see here an aerial photo of it. and it had been destroyed in the southern and southwestern region, as I said, by illegal excavations, and the western area was also partly affected by a road. So there was a fishery close to this mound, and the road was going to the fishery, and they also at some point wanted to use the soil from the mound for this fishery. So luckily, at least we don't know that any of the graves were affected because this was stopped in time. And you have here a plan of our excavation with the investigated surfaces. We left, as classical, we left 2 balks that intersect in the central area of the mound. And as you can see, we have 3 graves close to the center, grave 1, 3, and 4, that can be dated to the 3rd millennium. And then the rest of the graves in the southern region are later ones, Middle Bronze Age and even 1st millennium grave. So 10 graves were found in total. The excavation took place in the entire month of July 2019, and the graves date from the 3rd millennium BC to the 1st millennium AD, as I already mentioned. Here we have some of the graves dating to the 2nd millennium AD, as you can see, BC, I'm sorry. As you can see, they are in a rather poor preservation state, but I think it's actually very important that we found these graves, and we also obtained C14 for them. There are not so many C14 dates for 2nd millennium BC graves in Romania. There were maybe 3 or 4 before this. Now we have some more. So we are also starting to document this less known phase of mound use. And most of these graves, as you saw, they were concentrated in the southern part of the mound. They are individuals tightly crouched, usually on the left side, oriented mostly to the east. Adult individuals, both males and females, with no grave goods. And this is why I say it's important to have C14 for this, because for a very long time it was very difficult to date them in any period, given that they don't have grave goods usually. So I think that's a plus that we investigated these graves. As for the 3rd millennium BC graves, there are three of them. Grave 4 is the primary grave of the mound. The first mound was erected above it, and then grave 3 was added later, and the latest one is grave 1, which is quite an impressive structure. I will show you later details of this grave. So this is the primary grave of the mound. It had a structure that is quite typical for Yamnaya graves, a wooden cover, and then a mat. The mat was found under the woods. We could notice, as you see here in the eastern part of the pit, that the woods were placed on top of the mat. We also found some organic materials on the pit bottom. The individual was lying supine, west-east oriented. There was ochre on the bones, no other grave goods. It was the grave of an individual, an adult individual, male, about 1 meter and 78 centimeters tall. You have here some details with the funerary structures as we reconstructed. The mat along the side the pit was very frail and kind of disappearing very quickly once it was we excavated it, but we managed to take in situ samples of it. We still hope at some point we will be able to study more in detail the fibers that were used to create it and the manner of weaving and so on. Some details here, as you can see, with the mat very well preserved, and lots of organic materials on the pit bottom as well. Especially under the individual, you can see this kind of like brown matter preserved very well. We also sampled this, and we hope we can study it. And at the end, we also discovered this tiny post holes on the pit bottom, 8 of them in the corners of the pits and around the middle of each edge. They had between 15 and 20 centimeters in depth and 2-3 centimeters in diameter, and they most likely were used to create some sort of structure with sticks and wood. The secondary grave 3, was very badly destroyed. We managed to find the remains of 2 individuals on different level. The skull of a female, likely female individual between 12 and 16 years old, and the lower body of an adult male. The grave was, as you can see, very badly disturbed by animals. It's only, as I said, the lower body is preserved. The upper body was completely damaged, and we managed to find bones even like 1 meter deeper than the actual pit. As you can see here in the middle, the skull was, so the scale has 0.5 meter, and the pit bottom is somewhere in the upper part, so maybe 1 meter deeper. This is sometimes the animals can cause such disturbances. It happens. Grave 1, I have to say it's a very special grave in terms of the funerary structure and also of the grave goods. It's the latest Yamnaya grave added to the mound according to the stratigraphy. It was very impressive structure of 5 meters per 3 meters. So first dug a bit in the mound, like a step, and then the actual chamber, and then it was covered with wooden beams and again a mat, and also probably a layer of leaves or grass or something like that. The pit bottom was covered with organic materials. The individual was east-west oriented, lying slightly crouched or maybe slightly tilted to the right. It was an adult male, very impressive skeleton, an individual between 30 and 45 years old, 1 meter and 84 centimeters tall, and very robust individual. Our colleague Martin Trautmann said he had been very active during his lifetime. You can see here a photogrammetry done by our student Alexander Suvorov. And some details with the wooden cover, and also in the upper part of the slide you can see all the fibers and the ochre and the organics that we found on the pit bottom. All of these have been sampled, and well, we have some intriguing preliminary results, but honestly we need more analysis to be able to say something for sure about this. In terms of grave goods, I was saying that this is an exceptional grave, and it really is. You can see the individual had a sandstone close to the pelvis. Between the right arm and the abdomen, we found a razor covered by a wooden sheet that has decoration. I will show you details in a later slide. And in the southwestern corner of the pit, we found a fossil, a mammoth tooth. Again, I will show more details about this. And well, that's quite a unique combination. So some information about the razor. It has a length of 12.7 centimeters. Almost 25 grams, and as you can see, it was covered by this wooden sheet that seems to be decorated with solar symbol, right? Or like maybe some sun rays that are spreading from the center. And you can also see in the lower right corner a hole that was on this, and we found one in the other part as well, and probably they had something to do with the system of tying and keeping them together. Yeah, here is the blade as it looks now, together with the sandstone. And we did some analysis. We did some CT scanning in Romania And I would like to thank the colleagues that did the analysis, Marta Petrunac and Marin Focșeneanu. And we also did some analysis of metallography, and you can see all the 4 measurements that were taken and the amount of tin that can be found, which is very, very intriguing to say the least. Yeah, we need to dig more into this to see exactly, because measurements were taken on corroded area, but also on cleaned areas. But anyway, such a percentage, I think, indicates an intentional adding of tin for this razor. So that's very interesting. If we try to look for analogies, I have found some, as you can see, more to the east. But the best analogies are found in the razor knives of type 1, as they have been defined by colleagues who really know the materials very, very well. And some interesting observations are required here. Unfortunately, we don't have C14 for any of these graves. Many of them seem to be in early Yamnaya graves, at least according to the stratigraphy. For some of them, we don't have actually the stratigraphic data very well explained, but at least they seem to be in the early phases of kurgans. And in other 4 cases, they were found either in some sort of wooden boxes or covered by wooden sheets, and in some instances also associated either with limestone, I think, objects. So again, we need to look deeper into this and see if these associations are confirmed in other sites as well. Here is a detail with the mammoth tooth after it was cleaned. It was analyzed by colleague Ștefan Vasile from the University of Bucharest, and I thank him very much for this. He identified it as a lower third molar of a Mammutus meridionalis, with being like 2.2, 2.6 million years old. And according to him, there are sources of such fossils in southern Romania, so it's not necessary that this tooth has traveled a long way to be to end up as a grave good in a grave. So it might be local. However, I was not able to find any analogy for such a grave good in a kurgan grave. So if any of the colleagues know anything that could help, I would be very, very grateful. As I was saying, grave 1 was the one that was close, very close to the damage did by people who were trying to take the soil from the mound. And I think we can all agree that it would have been a terrible loss not to document this grave with the richness of organic materials and fibers and the grave goods that we have, and the anthropological information about the life of this individual. So I'm very happy that we had the privilege to research this grave. So this was the Romanian research did with colleagues from the Prahova County, especially colleague Alin Frânculeasa, who has been excavating for many years in Romania several kurgans. And he's one of the collaborators of our project. In Bulgaria, we excavated in the Yambol region with the collaboration of Stepan Alexandrov from the Institute in Sofia and the local regional museum in Yambol, represented by colleague Todor Valchev. And this was our team. We excavated in southeastern Bulgaria, in the Yambol region, very close, let's say, to the southern limit of kurgans, where kurgans are built in such a landscape. About 6 kilometers east of the Yambol city. You can see here some Google Earth images during our excavation. So it was in July and August last year. The mound, you can see it here, it was approximately 3 meters high and 50 meters in diameter. It was disturbed on several occasions prior to the excavation as well. It had a topographical survey marker in the center of it that affected at least one of the graves, and then several other deep pits that destroyed at least another Middle Bronze Age grave. We have discovered several features. I will present only some here. One grave dated to the first millennium BC, 9 Middle Bronze Age graves, 4 early Bronze Age graves, and several other features related to the mound construction episodes. This is how the mound looked before the excavation. You can see here a plan, and I can tell you that the early Bronze Age graves are concentrated mostly in the center of the mound, and then again in the southern area of the mound we have this later Middle Bronze Age graves, as was the case of the Romanian mound as well. Here is the cremation grave, dated according to the artifacts that it contained in the second half of the first millennium BC. You can see here in the right side the different phases of researching this grave. It was a cyst lined with stone slabs, very nicely arranged, and on the cyst bottom we found cremated bones of animal and also of one adult individual, and as grave goods fragments of iron fibulae and bone disc, and also an iron knife. This again, it's very impressive structure, and it managed to escape any damage. It was exactly a bit more stout to the topographic survey marker, so it wasn't fortunately damaged during its construction. And then several of the Middle Bronze Age graves, again we have individuals like crouched on the side, oriented mostly to the east, and here we have also some pots. We obtained some C14 dates from here as well, but they are not. We are waiting for the final years, but they are also dated to the second millennium BC. So again, we could document this later phase of mound use. Now the primary grave, we can see here. We found a layer of stones that were removed during the digging of the pit. I have to say here that the pits were dug into the bedrock. Probably it must have been a huge effort, and we found some of these stones dug out from the pit and then just put next to the pit, and also the remains of a vessel on the same level, probably related to some activities that were taking place during the arrangement of the original grave. It was a structure again with wooden cover and lots of organic materials. We also found animal antlers on the pit edge. Very carefully placed there, so intentionally placed. The primary grave belonged to a sub-adult individual, maybe 1.5, 2 years old, west-east oriented. Ochre was found in the head region. And again, with very interesting grave goods, we found 4 silver herrings, as you can see. 2 spiral ones and 2 crescent ones, but also in the right side of my image, you can see what looks like a rectangular silver item with 2 longitudinal perforation that was found in the thoracic area of the individual, but under the bone. So this is where we found it during the excavation. And at least for this, we don't really know any analogies for the moment. We have been looking, but we were not able to find, at least not for the beginning of the third millennium. So very intriguing, I would say. And then we had a secondary grave of an adult individual. without any grave goods. But as you can see, again, with a very classical structure, also covered with wood, but also with the local stone, because you can find it there, lying supine, west-east oriented with ochre, but not any grave goods. Again, a very robust individual, around 50 years old and 1.80 meter tall. And you can see here the relationship between these two graves. So the grave of the sub-adult was the primary one. We found it under the mound, and then the later grave of the adult individual was perforating the mantle of the mound. And you can see it was very carefully built next to the grave of the child, so as not to disturb it. Well, we are still waiting for 14 days from here to see the exact chronological relationship between these two graves, if there was a longer time or maybe shorter, and people still have kind of like the memory where the primary grave was done or not. But anyway, they were very careful not to destroy it. And here is an aerial image with the mound, and also with the mound reconstructed, because this is how Bulgarian law works. So after the excavation, the mound was reconstructed just to be preserved in the landscape. And then yes, we are, what I already mentioned, what we are trying to do in the project, and anthropological evaluation, ADNA, C14 dates. I didn't mention for Boldesht, but we completely failed. We had wonderful preservation of organics there, but terrible preservation of human bones. So we were not really able to obtain dates on human bones, but only on wood. And this is why I think they need to be treated very carefully. And then we took samples of soil, and results are already starting to appear. And also we hope that in the future we can analyze the fibers and possible hairs and all the other materials we have sampled from there. And thank you very much for your attention, and I really hope that I did not go over time too much.
Thank you, Bianca. You just in time. Well, you know that I am extremely jealous by your sites there, and that's wonderful to watch the pictures from there every time. I have one short comment, my classical comment, and some questions from the chat. So, okay, let's start from the chat questions. I will translate that. That's about the site I'm usually presenting, the general cut, the second, yeah. So what do you actually think about our site in Ukraine, if you have an opinion on it after our chats? Like, what do you think of that? Is it
I think it's so. I think it's so intriguing, honestly. And I think actually well, we talk about being jealous now. I'm jealous that we actually cannot find really anything similar. This is the most intriguing part. I mean, we have lots of kurgans, of course, but we cannot find anything remotely similar to what you have. And of course, you wonder why is it different? Why people were not leaving the same material traces? What was changing, maybe in their lifestyle or in their I don't know, in the relationship with the landscape or in their ritual practices, I think maybe. Yeah. So I don't really know what to. I'm very fearful of saying anything very clear about your site.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's very intriguing what it is, in fact. And also, just short say that you're probably right, and we really can expect some DNA from Ukrainian Yamna culture from the upcoming data set. Yeah, collected. All right, so that's very interesting. Another thing, okay, that's about funeral goods. So you kind of answered it in the presentation. And the third one is, are you still excavating this complex, which is grave 14? And well, these norms, are they works there ongoing, or is it finished?
So the mounds that I showed, yes, they are finished. So they have been excavated in one campaign. Yes, they are finished, and maybe we will see if we excavate in Hungary next year. Again, if we find there an endangered kurgan that we could excavate, yes. But we usually, when we excavate, yes, we have a full campaign focusing 1 month or 5 weeks or 6 weeks, how much is necessary to finish the excavation. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So all those
if you will excavate there next year, just tell me to be jealous again. If you will excavate there next year, just tell me, and I'll become jealous again.
We can invite you to visit us.
Great, thank you. And one more question. That's actually the question from our next presenter. So, and you see it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so this is why I'm saying that we need to be so careful about this, because we actually have a C14 date from that grave, but it's made on wood, and the C14 date is, I would say, terribly early. It's 2900, 2800. For that amount of tin, I would say that I cannot be more cautious in saying anything about this. I don't actually know most of the artifacts that we have, at least in kurgans. We don't have much copper in Yamnaya graves actually in the region. Before that, we only have copper, and then now we have this grave with that amount of tin, and no, for at least for the moment, I cannot offer any explanation for it. Yeah.
That's the comment I saved from the beginning, that actually we have this razor of type 1 on this site on Hortis Island. It's not published yet, so I'm not sure you can find it somewhere. But anyway, we have it, and I hope we will present it anytime soon. So it'll be another point on the map you showed.
Yeah, that would be very wonderful. And actually, what I have presented here is the preliminary analysis we have done after the excavation, and we will probably be focusing on more detailed studies and publishing them in the next year, 2 years. So I'm kind of presenting some preliminary results, actually.
Can't wait to hear it. That's
very nice to see you, Mykyta. I'm very happy to see you.
Yeah, and that's actually, I'm happy to introduce our next presenter, Mykyta Ivanov, who will actually talk about ancient metals. So that's his speech is ongoing. And thank you again, Bianca, for joining us. And
for having me.
Hey, Mykyta.
Nice. Good evening.
And we can hear you well. So you're welcome to share your screen and start your presentation. Meanwhile, we can run the donation video on once again, and you will have time to start the sharing procedure.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Mykyta Ivanov, and I am a PhD student from Kyiv Mohyla Academy. And today I will talk about the early metallurgy of Ukraine. So can you see my slides? Oh, I hope it works.
Yes. Hello, Mykyta. Yes, we are pretty good. We see.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, everything. Okay.
Yeah, so the reconstruction of long-distance exchange routes is a common theme in world archaeology. And for some periods, like the late Bronze Age, the existence of complex world systems is postulated. And such models are based on the fact of absence of raw materials in some regions, but the presence of metal goods there. And for example, since there is no source of raw copper in Scandinavia, the cultures of the Northern Bronze Age are considered to be dependent on the imported raw material. And the same notions were made about the late Neolithic of Ukraine as well. And if you read some old Soviet books about the early mythology of Eastern Europe, especially the works of Yevhen Chernych and his students, you may learn that during the 4th and 3rd millennium BC, all of the metal artifacts coming from Ukraine were made from the raw material originating either from Balkans or from Caucasus. And in Chernych's opinion, there was no local mythology in Ukraine during this time, and instead local smiths were capable only of processing imported raw material. And indeed, in 1960s and 1980s, when Chernykh composed most of his writings, there was no evidence to prove otherwise. And the situation changed in 1990s, when Ukrainian scholars for the first time spoke loud about the metallurgy in their homeland. And currently we know at least about 3 different metallurgical centers and 2 different metal working zones. And the number 1 is Volhynia Center, the second one is Central Ukrainian, the third one is from Donbass, and also there are 2 metal working areas like Ksatova and Sofiivka. And since Volhynia and Donbass metallurgical centers are well defined in literature, the conceptualization of the Central Ukrainian Metallurgical Center is the main deliverable of my PhD thesis. So I will talk about all of these centers, but I will pay the most attention to the Central Ukraine. And to start, I would like to talk about the best studied regions of so far, Donbass. And its history of research begins in 1974 when local enthusiast Sergei Tatarinov presented to the Kievan Institute of Archaeology his findings. And during the next year, archaeologists discovered 8 prehistoric mining sites, and some of them were excavated. And during those excavations of mining heaps, Tatarinov revealed late Bronze Age pottery, pieces of slag, fragments of bones and horns saturated with the copper oxides, and other metallurgy-related artifacts. And also, at the site near the village Polchatino, Tatarinov managed to excavate the ruins of ore smelting kiln. And Tatarinov's results were quite impressive, and they drew attention of other archaeologists who rushed to Donbass to study the early metallurgy. And during 1975-1983, Sofia Berezanska excavated a late Bronze Age site Usove Ozero, which specialized in the production of metal artifacts. And on the site you can see the metal casting forms from this site. And also Berezanska found several stone hammers that were used for fracturing of the copper ore and also for smithing the artifacts. And please remember how they look like. I will show them on other territories as well. And 14 years later, after Berezanska, in 1997, Yuri Brovender started his research on prehistoric copper mines in Kartamysh. And on this slide, you can see some pictures of those mines. And as you can notice, the mines are of open type, so they're actually nothing more than big pits. And their prehistoric time can be proved only after excavations. And yet, collected evidence was not enough to study the earliest metallurgy in Ukraine, I mean the late Neolithic one. And as you may have noticed, all of the evidence I have mentioned are dated back by the late Bronze Age. And the sufficient data were obtained only in 2000s. And okay, so in 2003, Sergei Kilizhenko and Alexei Bertyuk published information about the smelting bowl with drops of slag coming from the late Neolithic site Kleshny 3. And also in the cultural layer of this site, they found the arsenic bronze bracelet. And it is quite a peculiar finding because well, it is believed that the arsenic bronze appears only in 3rd millennium BC, and here we have the example of arsenic bronze from the 4th millennium BC. And it may be that this alloy was received after the smelting of the sulfine ore coming from the local mines. And the other evidence includes a smelting bowl with drops of slag from the Neolithic site Sosnova Roshcha and pottery fragments covered with slag from the site Leshen Strumok. And new finds motivated me to review some historical archaeological data, and I also noticed that near the famous late Bronze Age mining sites like Bolchatino and Ozero, there are also late Neolithic settlements. And well, so the geographical proximity of late Neolithic sites to the source of ore may also suggest that people mined it. And yeah, so the tragic news about Donbass is that it's currently at the spike of war with Russia. And so the Bakhmut city, the native city of Serhiy Tatarinov, where he worked and lived, looks like this right now. So for this reason, I'm not sure when we will be able to return to our research and collect some new data. And now let's move to the Volhynia and Dniester region and review some evidence from there. And unlike Donbass, Volhynia drew the attention of archaeologists only in 21st century. And in 2000 and 2003, archaeologist Viktor Klitschko and geologist Vyacheslav Manichev organized an expedition that looked for the sources of raw metal that could have been used by people of Tripolia culture. And as a result, they identified more than 10 potential deposits. At those sites, the virgin copper is placed in between layers of basalt, and it can be obtained if you fracture the rock. And late analysis of the metal composition of some newfound hoards revealed that they were made from the local metal. And on this slide, you can see some of the newest finds and the several hoards. And the other evidence of local mining and metallurgical activity are the findings of mining equipment. And in 2015, Viktor Klitschko published this hoard, and it included 2 copper pickaxes and 2 pendants in the shape of pickaxes. And later, the last 2 findings are of special interest because they are not the real objects, right? They're not the real tools. They're just the symbolic representation of a functional object. And for this reason, I believe that they signify the existence of independent miners' identity inside the Tripolia culture. Also, I would like you to show a finding from 2016 that was made by Dr. Dmytro Nykonenko during his excavation of the Tripolia site in the city Kamenets-Podilsky. And those are 3 fragments of smelting bowls and 6 copper plates. And
hey,
unfortunately,
sorry for interrupting. Maybe try to fix something with the slide switch, because I assume that due to connection or some technical issues, we're still looking at the first slide, and that's definitely not how it was intended. Yeah, so maybe you can search for a way to switch it.
Yeah, let's.
Sorry, you have issues with.
Yeah, we
slides, yeah?
have technical stuff. So, but I assume that that's okay. We can fix that.
Is it?
Oh well.
If you, yeah, again, we could try 1 second. We don't have this option.
Wonderful.
Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah. It's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was talking about the hoard of mining tools, and so you can see 2 copper pickaxes and 2 pendants. Well, so in my opinion, they represent the emergence of independent miners' identity inside the Tripolia culture. Okay, and now the later findings from Kamenets-Podilsky that were made by Dr. Chernovil in 2016. So those are 2 fragments of melting balls and 6 pieces of copper plates. And unfortunately, there is no comprehensive academic publication of the excavation materials. And since Dr. Chernovil is currently in the military, I also don't know when he will be back. When he will be able to return to his research and publish them incomplete. So now I would like to talk about the Central Ukrainian metallurgical province. And so for the first time, I read about the existence of virgin copper deposits in Central Ukraine in the paper written in 1995 by Viktor Klitschko. And back then he suggested that the craftsmen of Sofiivka culture could have used virgin copper originating from Skvyra. And later found reports about the geological survey conducted in 2009-2013 by Alexander Pavlyuk and his team that revealed new deposits of virgin copper. And at least 4 major zones were located, and among them the most significant for me is the Chemerpil area. So after review of archaeological data, I found some metallurgy-related evidence located near the Chemerpil. And first of all, at this site, the Berezivska gas, archaeologists found a massive copper axe of Hydra type, and also some stone smithing tools. And then from the site Savatinivka 1 comes 6 copper needles. I know that it doesn't sound impressive, but 6 copper needles, it's much more than from any other Tripolia site at that time. And the last one, a new finding published in 2019 by local enthusiast Alexander Perasonchak, and it is a fragment of casting form originating from the site Tashlik. So in such way, the puzzle is complete. So we have on a rather small territory the source of, well, the local source of virgin copper. We have the increased concentration of metal goods. We have smithing tools. And now we have the casting form. So, and also the very important detail is that all of the evidence come from 3 different sites, which indicates a rather well-established and long-lasting tradition. And unfortunately, the site Tashlik is currently used as an agricultural land, and the cultural layer of the site is damaged by plow. But I hope that maybe in some later years I will be able to visit it with excavation and learn more. And also I would like you to show some mining tools from the Kirovrad Museum of Local History. And as you can see, those are the stone hammers that could have been used for fracturing of ore and for mining. And I believe that they also indicate the existence of local mining tradition in the vicinity of Kirovrad or Kryvyi Rih. And so while the mentioned facts are valuable, they are not the only supporting evidence of the existence of local metallurgical production in central Ukraine. And the other important testimony are the findings of the Samara type axis. And the name of the type was given after the river Samara, where 2 kurgan burials accompanied by casting forms were found. So currently there are 21 such axes known, and 75% of them come from the right bank Ukraine and from central part of Ukraine. So the other mysterious finding of recent years is the Ivan Kihort of bronze swords. And so it included 5 long blades from 30 to 40 centimeters and an axe of Samara type. which actually is our source of dating. And unfortunately, the archaeological context is not recorded, so we don't know to which culture we should attribute it. And unusual excellence of plates suggests that the caster who made them was of high skill and knew the physical properties of bronze very well. And yeah, the last category of materials I would like to present from central Ukraine are the copper jewelry. And during my investigation, I managed to collect evidence about 19 burials that included any amount of copper adornment. And the number of 19 burials actually means that the copper jewelry happens as often as the Tripoli painted pottery, the kitchen stepware, or the anthropomorphic figurines. And some of the burials were especially rich for copper jewelry. And for example, the burial from Kurgan Chkalivka included 242 copper beads, rings, or tubes. And also on the other pictures, you can see a copper bracelet and some copper earrings. And unfortunately, in the existing literature, the graphical representation of copper jewelry is not so spectacular, but I hope that maybe in future years with better equipment we can make better pictures. And now, in brief, I would like to talk about some metalworking provinces and what exactly is the meaning of this term. And under the word metalworking province, we understand the geographical region with the presence of metal objects, but where the evidence of metallurgical production are absent. And in Ukraine, there are two such provinces and that have metal objects but have no local source of ore or virgin metal. And so the first one is the Sofiivka metallurgical region. And we have here two examples of casting forms found in Kyiv at Kirillivsky Heights. And also some examples of copper daggers that actually remind us the daggers of Podrokerestur culture from Central Europe. And the second province is attributed to the Usatova culture, and the most bright examples of Usatova metal objects are the Usatova daggers, and some of them are extra long, up to 20 centimeters. And technology of their production is rather complex, and to avoid freezing of the liquid metal, the casting form had to be heated to the temperature of 300 degrees Celsius. And after the casting, the blade of a dagger was heated at temperature around 400 degrees Celsius, but not higher than 450, and smithed. And at the end of the production, the edges of daggers were also finished, but now in gold. Also, with the Usatova culture, we associate some examples of flat axes. And one of the interesting findings of 2000s is the Alexandrovka Kurgan, where all of three major types of metal tools and weapon of the fourth millennium BC were found. Those include the Samara type X, the Usatova dagger, and flat X. So now to conclude my speech, I would like to stress once again that the modern knowledge about the metallurgy of Ukraine is very different from the one existing before 1990s. And the new data represent the complete cycle of metallurgical production, and those include the prospecting of the raw material and the deposits of raw material, obtaining of copper or arsenic bronze by collecting virgin copper or smelting ore, casting and finishing artifacts, and the functional and symbolic use of metal objects, and then finally the position of metal objects in hoards, graves, or cultural layers of settlements. And identification of local metallurgical production in Ukraine proves that reconstructed long-distance exchange routes are wrong. And instead of building complex exchange networks, we had better pay close attention to how prehistoric people manage their scarce but geographically close resources. And so with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and for listening to me. So if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mykyta. That was perfect. That was very interesting. First of all, we have a comment in the chat that actually expressed the gratitude for referencing the geology and for transdisciplinarity of what you're doing, which is very interesting and up to date, yeah, for contemporary ecology, doing it in transdisciplinary manner. And from this, maybe I will ask just one question as we are right in our time. About have you considered any further chemical study of the metals you're working with to define their either technology, provenance, whatever?
Yes, so actually the Chernyk's ideas and were based on his analysis of the metal composition. But so the composition of alloy actually, as we have learned later, is not a reliable source for identification of the provenance of metal. We should use the lead isotope analysis as well, but currently there is no analysis made from Ukrainian materials.
Well, here in the future. So thank you again for your talk and for your donating your time to us, for supporting our initiative. It was a pleasure to see you here. And we're moving forward towards our next speaker, who's Pavlo Shydlovskiy. He joined us yesterday with his report on the rhythm in the life of Afro-Paleolithic societies in Ukraine, and now he's with the topical war-related issue. Greetings, Pavlo. Nice to see you here.
Nice to see you, Simon, too. How are you?
We hear you, and just like yesterday, ask you to be a little bit louder and to share your screen. Thank you.
I will try to speak louder, and again, thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to speak twice in this great 3D for Ukraine project.
We are happy to have you here. Yeah.
Okay. So Nikita showed several photos about the destructions on the archaeological sites on the territory of Donetsk region, and I will continue with this. With such relevant and painful problem in our country directly today because of the war. And I will try to share my screen now. Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we do. You just need to run.
And can I? Does it switch on?
Yes, it works.
Okay, I will try to start. And as I told you, that we will speak about the relevant and painful problem of the archaeological landscapes in Ukraine damaged by the war. And I will speak on the behalf of a team initiative group, which called Archaeological Landscapes Monitoring Group, which just created here in Ukraine, in Kyiv. And we will try to show our problems and our prospects or in our activity. So it's really painful that in military conflicts always we have the damage of humanitarian sphere and irreparable damage of nature and culture. And this is reflected in ecological and humanitarian disasters, the devaluation of human life, and the destruction of cultural heritage. Cultural heritage appears in the center, in the target of our enemies, because the aim of our enemies not only to kill our people, not only to kill Ukrainians, but also to destroy our identity. And that is why cultural heritage objects are on the spotlight in this war. We know about mass-scale destructions of libraries, of architectural monuments, of different buildings, churches, and so on. But mostly serious damage caused to landscape, and that is why. Why? Because currently cultural heritage protection activities in Ukraine during the war mostly is focused mainly on visible heritage objects, but the landscapes objects became in not manifested state, and that is why we even do not know how many archaeological sites were destroyed. And this problem is the problem of destruction of archaeological sites is for all territory of Ukraine, because we have hostilities on the certain territories, but also we have missile fire, attacks, bombings, and building of military objects on all territory of our country. And of course, we can speak that archaeological heritage appears in much difficult state because it is not unmanifested. The vast majority of archaeological sites for the moment are not included in the different lists and registers of monuments of cultural heritage, and the necessary complex of monument protection measures is not applied to these territories. And the specificity of archaeological monuments is that their discovery is often directly related to catastrophic events, and in this case the destruction of landscapes as a result of military operations. Nobody knows how many archaeological sites are destroyed and what territories we need to investigate, to study, to find these destructions in the field. So firstly, we need to speak about the types of destructions and the main factors that negatively affects the state of archaeological heritage should be mentioned. Destruction related to the direct conduct of military operations, such as bombing, missile and mortar fire, which led to landscape transformation. Destructions are associated with the arrangement of military objects, dungeons, firing points, observation points, trenches, and etc. Destructions associated with the use of archaeological sites as modern military facilities, different topographical features such as burial mounds, ramparts, ditches, hill forts. For the moment, it's mostly significant places in the topography, and of course, they actively used by the modern armies, modern army forces to create new military facilities on these territories. Destructions associated with the illegal excavations of archaeological heritage sites and subsequent looting and illegal removal of archaeological objects from the context. Destructions associated with the looting of archaeological collections during the hostilities, and mostly it going in the local museums, local lore museums, and it's a big problem for the modern Ukraine. And of course, acts of vandalism. So if we speak about the direct conduct of military operations, we can speak about the destructions which cause damage for archaeological layers. Here you can see the burial mound from the Shestovitsa Chernigov region, and also the using of archaeological objects while arrangement of military objects. So you can see the putting different military bases or military points, firing points, observation points on the burial mounds and on the groups of burial mounds. Here is to the right is photos of Donetsk region. Also, use of archaeological sites as modern military facilities. You can see trenches, you can see ramparts, which was made on the archaeological sites, on the burial mounds and groups of burial mounds. Here, Luhansk region. Also, we can see that mostly that all sides of this war, and Ukrainian and Russian invaders destroying the sites during the construction of protective structures. But for us, for Ukrainians, the construction of these protective buildings is a consequence of the need to protect the humans and houses. So that is why the main reason for this is the brutal attack of enemy troops on peaceful towns and villages. So we can speak that, of course, our forces and our territorial defense survives, destroying archaeological sites too, but anyway, these actions is a response of the brutal attack, is a response of the attack on our territories. And here you can see the photos of Odessa Territorial Defense Service, which who found the cultural layer remains of antique settlement. And after this information, they give these objects to the museum. But also we have illegal excavations of archaeological heritage sites. Here you can see the photos of burial mound which was destroyed by occupiers in Donetsk and Lugansk regions. Also, we speak about the using of archaeological significant places such as burial mounds as a modern military objects. Here you can see the sign of a burial mound which was destroying, and the observation and firing point was created here. And of course, the acts of vandalism. Here on these photos, you can see the Izium Reserve and the photos before with the early Iron Age and medieval statues. And to the right, you see the photos of destruction of these statues just by the acts of vandalism. These photos from Telegram channels. The painful problem is the looting of the museums, which becomes on the occupied territory, and the greatest of these museums is the museums of Melitopol and Mariupol. You know maybe the situation with the collection of Scythian gold in from Melitopol Museum, and also we have a big problem of the disappearance of collections of the Mariupol Regional Museum, the Historical Lore Museum. And one of the famous collection which was placed in the Mariupol Historical Museum is a collection from Mariupol Neolithic Cemetery, which was treasured there, and for the moment all collections from this museum was destroyed and looted. You can see the photos of the looting and destroying of this museum, because even military actions took place just in the building of this in Mariupol Historical Museum. So you can see the photos of robbing, some people with the bags, with the sacks, going out from the building of this museum and taking some pieces, some objects, some artifacts from it. So we have different problems while we speak about the monitoring of the state of archaeological objects in the liberated territories. And we encountered it with the many issues. The main issues that before this war, the level of the archaeological monitoring, the level of passportization and making some registration of archaeological sites was on the level 0. So we can speak that the documentation and of archaeological sites was made in the Word, just in Word, and these passports and this documentation made mostly on in paper variant. So that is why for the moment we have no a total digital map of the archaeological sites of Ukraine, and that is why it's a big problem to understand and to calculate the damage which was made for the archaeological heritage. Of course, the problem is that we have a lack of direct access to the locations of the sites due to the various reasons. This is because closeness of the sites to the front line, and this is a territory which was mined, and now there is process of demining of territory still hold on. And of course the slowness in decision making and bureaucratization of state bodies whose task is the protection of cultural heritage in Ukraine. For the moment we have no any state program or any group which task was monitoring and fixation the damage caused to the archaeological landscapes, to the archaeological sites. And of course this is a big problem. We need to solve this problem. And for the moment, we know that modern Ukrainian society evidencing a strong rise in civic initiatives. Much work and many problems are solved by the society itself. And of course, the monitoring and preservation and restoration of cultural and natural heritage is also in nowadays Ukraine carried out mainly through non-governmental initiatives. For the moment, we have only one methodological source for the it's a handbook for the armed forces of Ukraine, how to act while archaeological site and archaeological artifacts are found during the hostilities or during organization of the military objects. So this problem we trying to solve through the strengthen control over immovable and movable objects, and for making this control, we create an working group which named Archaeological Landscapes Monitoring Group. So for the moment, this group includes the representatives of such organizations as Ukrainian State Institute for Cultural Heritage, Institute of Archaeology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, Faculty of History of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, National Museum of the History of Ukraine, and several non-governmental organizations. And we start the process for monitoring to build the organization, to build the algorithms, how we can monitor the state, to start monitoring the state of archaeological landscapes and archaeological heritage. So first bird is trying to understand the situation on the liberated territories, firstly on the closest territories of Kyiv and Chernihiv regions. And we have hostilities there. And we have a map of archaeological sites here too, because this region is quite very good known by its archaeological sites. And the first bird, we have a help from the German Archaeological Institute. This is a scholarship project for Alla Buiskich. And it names Ukrainian archaeological heritage threatened by war, saving and protection, and it focused on Kyiv, Chernihiv regions, and also on Olbia territory. And we working with the algorithm, how we can start to monitor from the distance, satellite monitoring. You can see here the territory of Kyiv suburbs. This is the territory of Bucha, well-known suburb, Kyiv suburb, and you see this satellite photo. This is brown spots on this photo. It's a burned territory due to the hostilities. Because of hostilities, there's a burned, fired places which was damaged by the bombings, firing, and so on. This is from March. Photo from March 22. And we know the situation that on the banks of this river, it's Irpin, there was several archaeological sites, and these sites was damaged by direct conduct of military operations. So after satellite monitoring, we will try to do aerial survey, and after, of course, it need to be proved by the field research, because if we speak about the calculation of damaged territories, calculation of damage for archaeological sites, we need to have to produce the site protection documentation. And for producing the site protection documentation, of course, it needs to be field research directly on the sites, and that is why it's quite useful to go directly on the landscape and to fixate the problems, fixate the damage directly on each archaeological territory, on each archaeological site. It's quite complicated task, because it's a question of agreements between archaeologists, between our group and army forces, territorial defense services, and police, and different bureaucratic institutions, because for the moment access to the territories is quite closed, it's quite limited. And of course, we are fighting for our, not only for our heritage, but also for our territories, for our people, for our humans. And you can see here the archaeologists are an active part of the army forces and of the territorial defense services. And now many archaeologists are directly on the front line. And of course, archaeology, in this case, archaeology matters, because archaeological knowledge is very important. It's a very effective tool in a struggle for rationality against xenophobia, clericalism, and ideas of national exclusivity. The destruction of historical memory definitely leads to the loss of cultural motivated behavior and the release of herd instincts, which is constantly confirmed by clear examples during the Russian invasion on peaceful cities and villages. Our struggle for independence is also a struggle for humanistic values, among which respect for the cultural and natural heritage of humankind is of particular importance. And thank you for your attention. Here's a beautiful landscape of Kyiv region.
Thank you, Pavlo, for your speech. That was, I assume this is one of the headliners of today's meeting, because it is actually about what we are struggling from and what we are struggling for. I have a question from the chat and the question from myself. The chat one is about the methodological recommendations published by Institute of Archaeology, and if they're available on the store, how can one get them?
Once more, please, because I tried to escape from my presentation. Sorry.
Sure. No problem.
This is in Ukrainian language. We have now on the screen this comment.
How one can get the methodological recommendations you thought about?
This handbook, a small handbook, is in open access. If you want, I think that you can try to find it by yourself, or if it will be complicated for you, I can send you the reference of this. It made by the Union of Archaeologists of Ukraine, and directly on the site of SAU, Spilka Archeologів України, directly on the website, on the page, you can find this handbook. It made just by the Serhiy Telizhenko. He is in our team, and he in the state of monitoring of the sites in Lugansk and Donetsk region from 2014.
Yeah, I know his works on it. Yeah, and the short question from me, I assume you haven't made it to the Kharkiv region yet, because it's just recently deoccupied, but can you estimate the scale of destructions there already, maybe?
We don't know the scale of destruction anywhere, but in fact, for the moment, we have to start from the territories which was liberated before, because it's quite dangerous now, and of course, nobody will give us an access to the territories which was liberated just now. Because it need to be demining, it need to you see each detecting of each trench it's a military object, you see. Yeah. And that is why it's a secret information, and that is why we will not have an access for the newly liberated territories.
I assume it's hard to get even.
Of course, our work will be resulted in some database and digital map, but you see this database and digital map, I think that it have to be secret.
Yeah, sure, of course. That was kind of my next question. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Pavlo. That was quite very interesting and thought-provoking. And now, before we'll go to our next speaker, we'll remind you once again to donate.
Simon just wanted a quick comment to make to Pavlo. How is important, such a big job which he makes, because we're speaking about history of Ukraine, but the most actual question, like what we could lose now and what we're losing already, like such a huge historical sites and exponents, which like you can't redo after, it's like gone in history. So yeah, thank you very much for this amazing speech.
Thank you once again.
I will play one more time our video, and we could invite new
donations and
and
then we'll introduce the next speaker. And here we are. Greetings, Astrid. Nice to see you. Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent. So it's a pleasure to see you there. Thank you for coming to us today. So you're invited to share the screen and start your very interesting talk.
All right, thank you. Share screen. Let's see. Which one should I share? I have opened it. The whole screen.
Yeah, the PowerPoint demonstration mode is what you need.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see.
And
let's see. Are you?
Yeah, I can share it, but now you need to share the PowerPoint itself. So open the PowerPoint.
Is that? Is it?
Yes, and now you can run it and check if we see your slides switching.
All right. Do you see my slides switching?
We're seeing just the first one, so I'm not sure.
Then it's not right. I'll just stop sharing.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that. Share screen again. Is it the window?
Nope. Okay. So now it will work. And try once again, please.
All right. Do you see me switching?
Nope. I just see your streaming.
All right.
So can you just make the PowerPoint active? And
yeah, it's active, and I'll
share procedures.
It kind of doesn't come up.
I think you should share. You're sharing the screen, so you need to open in a full screen your PowerPoint, and I think yeah.
Okay, so here we are.
Is it now?
Yeah, we see a presentation. Yeah, we just need to check if you're switching.
I am
yes,
switching.
Now it's good.
Okay, so we see the first one. Yeah, yes, it works. Perfect. So I leave you to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. So first, I'd just like to say hi to everyone watching, and thank you to the organizers for the honor of being able to contribute to this important event. And I really hope that you reach the desired goal for the evening or for this weekend. And of course, first of all, we hope for peace soon. Okay, so to my paper, where I will talk about monsters. Monsters can come in many forms, but today I ask whether there were monsters in the Mesolithic, and whether we can use monster as method to access new knowledge about the past. So I am conceptualizing aspects of society and archaeological research through monsters, and I will use the Mesolithic encounter with a tsunami, a monster wave, as my point of departure. So more specifically, I am investigating the Norwegian Mesolithic community's encounter with the Storegga tsunami that happened around 6200 BC. And I will return to the tsunami in a minute, but I thought I'd first just outline a few things about the Norwegian Mesolithic for those not too familiar with it. So to the left here is a map showing Norway. And take note that when I am talking later on about Western Norway, this means the west coast of the southern half of Norway. And you should also note here the location of Møre. The Norwegian Mesolithic lasts from 9500 to 4000 BC. And before or prior to 9500, Norway was covered by ice. So the Mesolithic is divided in three main periods, the early, middle, and late Mesolithic. And the Storegga tsunami happened just before the transition between the middle and the late Mesolithic. So in all three periods, though, although hunting in the mountains and exploiting terrestrial resources inland and in the forested areas, people were actually primarily living by the coast. They were living off and with the sea. They were fairly mobile, although there was a tendency of clustering along strong resource-rich tidal currents that were settled for longer and more intensely. So this is then the social context where one day during fall, 8,200 years ago, the tsunami struck. So that there had been a tsunami was identified in the 1980s by geologists and botanists. And they had started finding similarly dated layers in sediment traps like lakes or moors across a large area. And these layers could only have been deposited by a tsunami. They also found that this tsunami had been triggered by a massive submarine landslide located outside of Møre, and it was called the Storegga. So just to talk a little bit about the scale of this event, this landslide was moving about 3,000 cubic kilometers of masses, affecting a submarine area of about 90,000 square kilometers. So this is one of the largest known submarine landslides that we know of. And it caused a large trough in the sea, which in turn triggered a large, fast-traveling wave, the so-called Storegga tsunami. And this tsunami hit the western coast of Norway, northeastern England, Scotland, and as far as Greenland during the fall, about 6,150 BC. And just to give you some more ideas of the scale, so the tsunami was at least the size of the 2004 Asian tsunami. So it was truly a monstrous wave. In Western Norway, the Mesolithic coastal settlements were predominantly shorebound. That means that they normally lived very close to the shores and on the beaches. We can therefore be certain that at least some communities or some parts of the communities living along the coast experienced this tsunami. So this specific moment is a rare situation in Mesolithic research. We have here a specific point in time that we know that most of these people actually shared. So it was a shared experience, and we know it happened. And because of a specific flowering green moss that these geologists had found in these deposited layers, we know that this tsunami happened more specifically in October or November, so in the fall of 6150 BC, or more or less. And based on the luminescence dating, some have also suggested that this day was a sunny day. So the tsunami happened suddenly with no warning. As winter was approaching, people were probably returned to the coast from the mountains where they had been hunting and gathering. Their winter storages were full. They had collected dry firewood and supplies, and they had prepared for the cold and dark season. So to some, this fine autumn day, the day became a monster. So it was truly a frightful day. In a new research project that I am leading called Life After the Storaga Tsunami, or LAST for short, we are investigating potential social impacts of the Storaga Tsunami. And this is a challenging task in many ways. Primarily, archaeological sites on the western coast, especially in the periods before and after the tsunami, are often heavily disturbed, and the lithic distribution on sites are messy, or sites are simply missing. The situation is due to the Mesolithic fluctuating sea levels, and sites therefore sometimes are transgressed and covered by thick layers of beach deposits. The material record is therefore regarded as being of relatively poor quality, it's extra fragmented and difficult to use to support interpretations of the hunter-gatherer fisher societies. Still, there are numerous comments in both archaeological and geological literature of this tsunami being a disaster for the Mesolithic society. But how do you know that? Recently, this trope has been repeated in Scotland and now supported by interpreting troughs in model C14 dates of Mesolithic demography. And the interpreted catastrophic impacts of the tsunami are also argued as being exaggerated by the effects of a climatic cold period happening at this time, the 8.2 climatic cold event. Yet, conclusions about booms and busts in demography around the time of the tsunami on both the Norwegian west coast and in Scotland are based on the same relatively poor and fragmented record that have made archaeologists hesitant to investigate social aspects of the Mesolithic societies of this period. In Norway, there is in fact no unambiguous archaeological traces in material culture that indicate a change in practices, technology, or settlement patterns. Or is this because we haven't known what we should look for? If one truly thinks that there are too few sites and those found are too disturbed to use as foundation for saying something about societal aspects of Mesolithic communities, how can you claim that the communities was not rigged to cope with such a disaster? Indeed, there has not really been any discussion about what constitutes a Mesolithic disaster. What do we expect to find, and what makes a society or people want to change their ways and routines or to transform? The tsunami event is no Pompeii moment. We do not find any squashed Mesolithic people, as Caroline Wickham-Jones put it. No doubt, the fragmentation of the archaeological record poses serious challenges, but I refuse to accept that we should be content with explanation models and interpretations that more often than not keep to considering social development through the lens of ecological adaptation and optimal resource exploitation in hunter-gatherer societies. I reckon that we can spin stories about the higher stages of the ladder of inference and talk about social aspects of life if we shift our perspective and thereby open for new questions, like is what I'm trying to go into now. So in our project, we are acknowledging that the sea combined with wind and waves can be dangerous. And people lived with this knowledge of the dangerous sea every day. The archaeological record shows that the tradition of living by the sea endured throughout the Mesolithic and well into the Neolithic. And indeed, as a matter of fact, this still continues. We still live along the coast. So they and we accept to live with certain risks, hazards, and dangers. But how did people in the Mesolithic live well with the sea that may suddenly become dangerous? And I think that we may recognize and understand aspects of these societies that till now have been less considered, including their social capacities to handle crisis, by exploring the prehistoric tsunami through the concept of monsters. So in the following of this talk, the rest of it, I'll take you through how I use monster as method to break open the phenomena. I actually got inspired by researchers of science fiction and literature studies when doing this, and especially of some researchers who have written a paper, and they are calling themselves the Monster Network. And they argue that you can use monster as methods as a means for rethinking and reimagining how the tools we use to know and communicate the world also actively shape it. So I'm therefore diving into the concept of monsters, focusing on the encounter with a tsunami as a monster, or indeed a monstrous encounter, to gain insight into Mesolithic social strategies to live well with hazards and fear. So what is a monster then? And I'm sure when I say the word monster, you envision with your inner eye your favorite monster from horror movies. And in the lower left corner here, you can see my favorite monster, the most scary monster I can think of from the movie Pan's Labyrinth. But the cultural roots to the concept monster goes very deep. Throughout history, monsters have emerged in literature as philosophical anomalies. In ancient Rome, the monster was seen as something unusual that was understood as an alerting sign. And that is, the monster was a deviation from the norm that operated as a warning by showing itself as an exception. The concept of monsters is specifically playing on social anxiety, that which scares us, the unthinkable, the undesirable, and what lies beyond social control. Monsters may indeed be concretely dangerous, but they can also represent our collective fears of the unfamiliar. The creation of monsters and the definition of what is monstrous has been called a boundary-producing mechanism. With monsters, we create a contrast between what is considered normal and abnormal. An abnormality can be physical, like my monster here, someone with eyes on their hands. It can be something not confined to one category, like if something is between living and dead, and it can be a combination of shapes or cross-species hybrids, like the chimera. So things, events, or even places that operate outside or on the fringes of normative society often fall prey to monstering and take on a life in the collective imagination quite different from its reality. So monsters are more than what we see. For Jacques Derrida, monstrosity was a productive tool which allowed a break from hegemony and enabled deconstruction. Monstrosity is then a conceptual tool that we can apply to deconstruct a situation, a creature, or event. And in my situation, the parallels between a monster and a tsunami are drawn. And I divide the monster tsunami into something that we can see, something that is, and something that monsters do. Waves in themselves are physical entities, and they may be the actual monsters, or at least truly be monstrous. The sea, waves, or the storm are in many tales and descriptions personified and embed human-like qualities or character. For example, the sea can be described as deceitful or evil, while waves can be described as rogue or monstrous. There are examples where the sea and spirits are perceived as multi-species, where spirits are thought to take the shape of a wave to punish humans. Whereas in, for example, British Columbia, encounters with natural hazards like earthquakes and tsunamis were storied as encounters with supernatural beings, the giant thunderbird and the whale. Hence, the natural hazards were mediated as taking on the existence of something extraordinary. Some monsters bring death, destruction, and chaos, as do tsunamis. As we learned after the recent large tsunamis in Asia, a tsunami can wreck a shore or coastal landscape. It will temporarily suffocate ecological systems, change conditions for resource exploitation, and destroy human infrastructure and installations. They may also kill a large number of people. The monster, or here the tsunami, creates then places, environments of danger and desolation. And in other words, they raise havoc and create monstrous landscapes. And it is also easy here to draw parallel to war. But seeing or encountering a monster or something monstrous does something to the one that experiences it. In the case of a tsunami encounter, there is now a lot of developed knowledge about how people react to such traumatic encounters. There is the shock and the potential crisis that they go through. There is mental impact. Some may develop post-traumatic stress syndrome. And if a collective of humans experience the same danger, one may talk about generational traumas. There may also be intense fear and grief related to this encounter, which in turn may cause surges in religious feelings or ritual practices. In literature, particularly science fiction, monsters represent a cosmic horror, a horror which places fundamental emphasis on the unimportance of humanity. Although I think that monsters also underline the importance of humanity. Encountering and surviving something as scary and monstrous as a tsunami have encouraged societies to come together, sometimes also erasing boundaries between social or political groups. There is safety and strength in numbers, one learns when you are facing something like this. So expressions of group affinity and belonging should perhaps be perceived as one kind of materiality of monsters, or for that matter, social anxiety. Monstrous tsunami encounters have also demonstrated the need to collect and share knowledge. In our society, internet, videos, other broadcasting, and information booklets about how to behave in case of future encounters have been produced. Whereas in predominantly oral societies, we know that myths and stories is the way to pass on knowledge over generations, to explain the unexplainable, and as well as to pass on knowledge of what to do, like run to higher ground if a tsunami is in the making. A final point here is that ethnographers and anthropologists have in some areas experienced that when pressured, some societies may respond by being even more innovative. The society don't collapse, but they actually thrive. Hence, a result is then that we might expect that coastal groups in the Mesolithic changed practices or material culture to respond to the tsunami. But we haven't really identified that yet. Encountering something unfamiliar or monstrous may force one to think anew. Building on Deleuze, Gonzalez and Percone consider thinking as a process of learning or apprenticeship that is initiated by one's encounter with a problem. So there is the destruction of the cliché, and secondly, the creation or the seed of a new order. Did the encounter with the Storegga tsunami force the Mesolithic coastal communities to think and create outside the box? And if so, what should we then, as archaeologists, look for? The materiality of monsters goes beyond the physical monsters themselves then. And here the identification of a tsunami and the direct deconstruction it caused. And if there was an intensification or change in, let's say, religious practices or rites, in knowledge transfer or traditions, be them technological or stylistic, we may be able to identify this archaeologically, and that is what my project is trying to do. But it is by no means certain that changes happen immediately, or whether these changes came later, being a slow-growing seed. Perhaps transformation or change, or this tsunami gained transformational power over time as the event became a story or a myth that was remembered and retold over generations. So when talking about monsters, one often returns to the concept of norms and normality. Normal is contrasted with, or it creates boundaries to, the abnormal, the hybrid, the marginal, or even the familiar transformed into something unrecognizable. In archaeological analysis, this is also a common practice. We search for and establish pattern, tendencies, that is norms that we have as baselines. We have our nomenclatures of morphological described tool types. We have baselines in demographic modeling studies. We have chemical signatures of certain raw materials. And then we explain, sometimes away, disruptions or deviance to those norms. With a middle and late Mesolithic archaeological record, which is fragmented, disturbed, unknown, and in a way both abnormal and unruly, to create a baseline is challenging. But seeing that a monster or the monstrous is an exception and a counterpart to normal reality, and something that exposes the limits of what we consider norms and normal frames, I think thinking with monsters may be one way to access or highlight these other sides of Mesolithic societies. In recognizing the ontology of monsters and deconstructing monstrous encounters, we discover sides and aspects that lead to knowledge about past worlds. The last project endeavors to story people's encounter with the Storaga tsunami as one involving horror, grief, or indeed other scientifically unruly emotions in the Mesolithic is perhaps by some considered monstrous or monstrous knowledge production. Or perhaps is the acceptance of knowledge production based in the encounter with the Storaga tsunami a question of how much uncertainty we accept when we write and represent the prehistoric realities. Perhaps the monster here lies with any social anxiety that me, myself, or perhaps even colleagues feel when trying to capture something outside the box. Now, I think that in the case of the Storaga tsunami, this wave was abnormal and for some probably experienced as dangerous, even evil, indeed as a monster. The sea demonstrated abnormal behavior that day, and the tsunami wrecked the shores, leaving a monstrous landscape in its wake. And just by recognizing these elements, we do have tools to describe or understand part of this encounter. And in this, monster as method cross paths with ideas of worlding practices and storying to shape realities. Storying is part of how humans and communities anchor one's world. And with world, I do not refer to an extant thing, but rather the context or background against which particular things show up and take on significance. A mobile but more or less stable ensemble of practices, involvements, relations, capacities, tendencies, and affordances. And this is in Anderson Harrison's words. Monsters, otherness, divergence are also necessary elements in any world in order to legitimate a particular social order, being a condition, episode, person, or group of persons that have become defined as a threat to societal values and interests. So we know people in the Mesolithic lived well with natural hazards. The tsunami was probably not the first encounter with an unruly and monstrous sea. Perhaps did the monstrous forces or hazards or the encounter with monstrous waves become entangled in myths and stories that were passed on in order to convince and maintain the normal ways of the world. And as mentioned, there are ethnographic examples of how certain tribal communities in the North Pacific explain sudden storms or waves to the myths of supernatural creatures dancing or fighting, the giant thunderbird or the whale. And the story of the Storegga tsunami could equally have become one of how people met monsters and how they handled monstrosities. But in our day and age, there is a phrase, show me a picture or it didn't happen. So I'll end this talk by showing you how the sea may have hit that day 8,200 years ago. In our project, we commissioned the Norwegian Geophysical Institute to produce an updated numeric simulation model of the tsunami for the coast of central and western Norway. We also asked them, when they have made this big one for the whole southern Norway, how local could they get? How close to ground could they get? And smaller areas where there have been major archaeological excavations of Mesolithic sites have thus been selected as case studies. So this model truly demonstrates how brutal the wave close to the epicenter might have been. And the moving image you hopefully see here is the northeast part of the island Aukra at Møre, which was close to the epicenter. And we see here that for the first hour, the sea sank up to 20 meters and it stayed out for an hour before it came back. And the first wave was not a wall of water, but a fast rising tide reaching the height of 20 meters in about 15 minutes. And it hit several times. Due to the island's location, the water also bounced back and forth and swirled between the mainland and island. So this model allows us a glimpse of a monstrous encounter for people living at Aukra at this moment in time. Seeing the forces in action may also give us a tool to increase our understanding of the archaeological material that one do find in this area. So I have myself been part of excavating a few middle and late Mesolithic sites where you see the red circles on the map. But when we excavated and when we interpreted our sites, the effect of the Storegga tsunami was not really taken into consideration. It was not part of our understanding of the site distribution, the tool distribution, but perhaps we should. So to conclude, people in the Mesolithic lived in a time of monsters, I am sure. A time when notions of monsters and monstrous encounters explained, named, and fixated horrors, where stories mattered and grounded one's worlds. Tsunamis are like monsters in that they are rare freak events. They can also create monstrous and abnormal landscapes, physical and social, for people to live in. So to me, there were monsters in the Mesolithic. And I think this acknowledgement is aiding me to write more nuanced about the worlds of Mesolithic people. So, thank you for your attention. And here is just to give you some information about my funding body, the Norwegian Research Council, and my collaborators and partners. And here is the references to the literature used in the presentation. So thank you very much, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Astrid. That was great. I slightly familiar with your presenting this project, but that's always very interesting. I'm constantly thinking of the possibility to use the rock art practice or rock art production to depict the monsters of Stone Age. Have you ever considered this in Norway? Do we have the examples of that?
Yes, looking into rock art is actually something that we are planning to do. I think, but it's hard to to be sure that they were actually monsters, what they were depicting. But for example, in northern Norway, you have these pictures of where you have these tiny boats, and you have a long fishing hook, and then you have this giant halibut online. And I think, you know, if these giant fishes or even whales and killer whales came up to the sea surface, I think they would have been, you know, they would have been something monstrous, so they could have been at least scary, being in a small boat and hooking up to that. And I think it's also interesting, if you see sea maps from the 16th century, you see that the sea, the unknown dangers of the sea and all the peripheries are filled with monsters. Yes. Which is saying something about how we envision what we don't know. We just fill it with danger. And I think, so yes, I do think that perhaps they try to depict monsters or the maybe they're the supernatural creatures that they saw surrounding them in rock art. And in central Norway, there is a lot of actually sea mammals depicted, which is interesting, since that's the area that was hit the hardest, and the rock art is late Mesolithic, more or less.
I'm asking that also because just now I'm gonna present my rock art from Ukraine, and there'll be something that we consider actually as Mesolithic, well, a chthonic creature. I'm not sure about it. So yeah, if you'll stay with us, I'll be glad to share it. Well, anyway, thank you very much for the contribution, for being here today.
You're welcome.
Meet you. Yeah, thank you. And I'm gonna go now to the last presentation of today, which is my presentation. And Alexander will help me technically, I think, to check if I'm doing correctly the procedure we asked everybody to do. I mean, screen sharing and everything.
And I think video, need to share video. And I want to say a few words about presentation, Astrid presentation. It was wonderful, really. It's like when you see that huge job was made, you know, like with all these videos, and that's climatic research in general, and make this connection with monsters. You know, I was fascinated with this report. Yeah, I'm wondering watch again, because I was a little bit with technical things, you know, like, and I will watch later again your presentation for sure. Thank you very much. So is it Simon? You could share now the screen with
just a moment.
Now we're waiting. Simon will come back. I just while we making this.
So here I'm trying to check. No worries. And just tell me if it is switching correctly when I'm trying to switch it, like right now.
Yes, the presentation, we see presentation. Amazing.
Okay, great.
I'm going out.
Yeah. Let's go with that. That will be a short talk about the rock art of Ukraine on the site of Kam'yana Mohyla I'm working in. I'm during my PhD project, which is conducted at the University of Turin, where I'm doing technologies for cultural heritage PhD school project. So this is about few lessons and few data sources that we can get from the rock art of Ukraine, from prehistoric art of Ukraine. The site I'm working in is the only rock art site in Ukraine, and the biggest one, the only big location. It calls Kam'yana Mohyla, and well, I assume you all know where the Ukraine is these days, and Kam'yana Mohyla is here in the southeastern part of the country. So now this site is currently being occupied by Russians, and we assume that it is okay. We know from some workers of National Reserve there that it is okay, but you never know how okay it may be under existing circumstances. So let's just hope it will survive, because this is the only point that links the Central European rock art with the rock art of Eurasian steppe, and there are no other big locations like this. Moreover, this is the westernmost point of steppe rock art in Eurasia. So it combines two different flows of rock art tradition, the European one and the steppe one. Let's call it this way. This is one of the brightest examples of what I'm gonna show, and this belongs to the steppe part. The early Bronze Age or rather late Neolithic engravings in one of the caves of Kamena Mohyla that is considered to be the beginning of the end of 4th millennium BC and represents the bulls and horses created probably by Srednji Stok archaeological cultures representatives. In general, the technologically, the rock art of Ukraine, of Kamena Mohyla, is the engravings in soft sandstone, sometimes covered with ochre, sometimes not. They are made in different technique with different tools. So the study of how they were made and why they're looking like this are still ahead. We are still waiting for more data, and getting data from Kamena Mohyla is really complicated, not only because of the war, but because of many other issues typical for Ukrainian archaeology and for this particular site. This is another object and another issue. The very interesting promotion in one of the caves of Kamena Mohyla. There are more than 60 caves so far. The hollowness between the huge sandstone slabs and the rock art objects are located both inside and outside of the caves. So this is one of the locations that shows the multilayeral nature of rock art. So something has been created long ago, like these zigzags you see on the screen were created maybe 8,000 years ago, and the sandal, yeah, the footprint in the middle of the image is 2,600 years ago, so 3,000 years younger. Another instance is this sculpture. It is not from Kamena Mohyla, it is from nearby, and also dated to late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, called Karnasovsky idol. It is now stored in Dnipro Historical Museum. And this is the one that gives us clear reference to the sandal. This shape of footprints are appearing almost all across the Europe, sometimes somewhere on the edge of 4th and 3rd millennium BC. The Kamena Mohyla is not just the rock art location. Yes, this is a huge monadnock of sandstone, a huge amount of sandstone slabs, and more than 60 caves. But that's also a huge complex of archaeological sites. There are a lot of burials in the field nearby, which includes early Bronze Age, mid Bronze Age, late Bronze Age, Iron Age, medieval burials, etc., etc. And the settlement that joins almost every period of Stone Age population, starting from early Mesolithic and up to early Iron Age, in fact. That's just one settlement showed on the aerial image, but there are more of them, obviously. Showing some interesting pictures from Kamena Mohyla leads to this particular one. This is the 3D model we did during our volunteering 3D modeling practice, photogrammetrical practice on Kamena Mohyla. So we basically did it just for fun and then published as a scientific research. There are scientific research behind this whole discussion, and I will tell about this later. This is something that we used to consider as a bull, but there are a lot of argument behind it. So just to introduce the technology, again, engravings and then red ochre inside of them. There's the one technological part that is rather typical to late Neolithic or early Bronze Age. So again, the age of 4th and 3rd millennium BC. There's another thing, and this is what I meant when told Astrid that we actually considered Samson as a chthonic creature from Mesolithic age. This sculpture used to be considered as an early Bronze Age one because of the sandal, because of the footprint. But when we made 3D model and studied the surface precisely, it appeared that the footprint was painted after the other rock art engravings, and that actually other rock art engravings like the zigzags and double zigzags on the surface of the stone indicate some other cultural impacts. We are assuming them to belong to late Mesolithic and to be created by late Mesolithic societies of the region, who were definitely the river-oriented societies, oriented to the catfish farming, not farming, actually catfish fishing, and therefore we can attribute the sculpture to 6200s BC and to the late Mesolithic. We can assume that it has been considered as a chthonic creature as it lies in the cave, somewhere where it is assumed to be the entrance to the underworld. And we also can assume that it really represents a catfish with its scary appearance and the quite specific shape of the snout. And we have a support to this Mesolithic hypothesis in the settlement nearby, the one I shown on the IRL image, because a huge amount of river-oriented finds were found there in late Mesolithic and actually in early Mesolithic layers of the site. A lot of shells, a lot of fish bones, and a lot of even some flint figures that represent a shape of a fish. But studying Kamina Mohyla brings up several problems, several issues with the site. First of all, the location. Actually, yes, as I told before, it joins the steppe and European art concepts, and it's quite hard to distinguish what is where. Then 68 locations is too many. We really have up to 1,000 engravings that never were studied in a probable way with up-to-date approaches, and we have no more than 100 3D models for the whole site. And this brings us to the question of location again, that the site is on the occupied land, so it is endangered as never been. Third is the rock art availability and sustainability, as it is located in the caves. Caves tend to crush and crumble, so some rock art is lost forever. And on the other hand, we can't just go there and digitize it, because something needs to be excavated, and it's simply quite dangerous to go into the cave. And this leads to financial support, which we usually don't have. Fourth one is context and dating. As we don't have the direct connection between archaeological data and rock art data, it's hard to understand what were depicted when. So when I'm saying that something probably belongs to early Bronze Age or probably belongs to late Mesolithic, probably is the most important word of the sentence. And this leads to a lot of misinterpretations and reconsiderations that happened before and that are happening now. Like this one, the picture I shown before has at the beginning of its study be considered as a mammoth and attributed to Upper Paleolithic because of the shape of the head, and probably tusks. But then later it was reinterpreted as the horns of a bull and the bull with the head turned down. This interpretation, the Neolithic one, is supported by the results of 3D modeling we performed on this model, by the accurate surface examination, by the archaeological materials inside the cave, and by the feature of surface processing, like this type of polishing, this type of ochre inside the engravings. So it might be not dated, but quite solidly attributed to late Neolithic. This is another example of misinterpretations, that the scene that has been considered before during the Soviet Union as a domestication of a god, but as you can see, the gods are not connected to the hunter or to the lattices here in one scene, as they are simply made in 1, 2, 3 different techniques. So far we can just assume that these different techniques may indicate the connection to different scenes, or at least different stages of rock art creation. And this leads to the need to reinterpret everything one by one. Again, we know this just because we digitized it and made a 3D model. So as soon as we are making more 3D models, we have more data to understand better our Stone Age, not only for preservation, but also for study. And this is the most curious and funny example. This is the portable art objects of Kamena Mohyla. There are 369 of them in more than 10 caves, and their reinterpretation is the part of my particular study, my PhD study. This black pigment on their surface is not the ancient black pigment, but the one brought here by Soviet archaeologists to emphasize the engravings. However, the way they are emphasizing the engravings does not necessarily correspond to what is actually engraved there. So that's the main problem. And to understand better what is engraved and what is the shape of the stones and engravings, we apply 3D modeling, again, photogrammetrical modeling, to check the surface and consider the data. This is more specimens, more instances, a lot of abstract figures here, and some caves might be attributed quite well, some are rather poorly datable. This is the example of the one attributed well, as the most of images there representing the fish, the small figures or sculptures of a fish. And we, again, as we are seeing the fish, we connect it to river-oriented societies of late Mesolithic. And moreover, it is a simple assumption, as the stones from this cave sharing the particular and specific geological structure with the one found on the settlement, in the late Mesolithic layers of the settlement, the one that is depicted to the right. So if we're seeing this very unique, even for this particular cave structure of the stone, and we see the same on the settlement, it's probable that they are somehow connected. And also in the same cave, we are seeing a lot of, well, I would say tools for polishing the stones on Kamena Mohyla, but this is another discussion, because we can't actually distinguish the tool from the polishing tool from the polished surface without the microscopic investigation, whenever it will be possible. So there's another very curious asset from the same cave that preliminarily attributed to be late Mesolithic. And this is the most interesting case that possibly leads to Upper Paleolithic rock art of Kamena Mohyla. It has been reported as Upper Paleolithic one, and the whole rock art in the cave number 54, so-called Cave of the Wizard or Cave of the Sorcerer, has been considered as Upper Paleolithic one. This particular image, the guy who discovered it, Valentin Nykonenko, considered it as an image of a sorcerer who wears the skin of a bison, the feathers of a bison, to turn into a bison or into a bird. So he saw it in this way. Again, we sneaked into the cave with a very small space in there, we managed to provide a 3D model with my camera, and this is the result. So this is when we can actually say that yes, something is engraved there, and yes, this might be similar to what the guy published, but actually we can't be sure that the human figure is there, and most probably we need to search for another interpretations, like this image from the caves in northern Spain might be a perfect analogy. The way of depicting upper Paleolithic creatures, in depicting one of their legs or some of their legs and covering other parts of their body just with chaotic engravings of the furs. Though it is just a hypothesis, and we really need to search for more archaeological context of the Upper Paleolithic nearby. Valentin Nykonenko back in 70s thought that this context is given by portable rock art objects from the cave, and he considered many of them to be engraved in a particular way, in a particular technological way, and representing the images of women or Paleolithic creatures, Pleistocene creatures. But again, as we replied, 3D modeling and checked this hypothesis of what he thought is engraved here, we discovered that there are not any figurative engravings, so nothing semantically meaningful is engraved there. That's what actually happens. And we analyzed almost 100 of portable rock art stones from the cave, and none of them contains any particular semantic engraving. So the big question is how to consider these objects where nothing is depicted, but something is actually depicted, and how to conceptualize them into our frame of knowledge. First of all, they are definitely not proving any connection to Upper Paleolithic, as they are not representing anything Upper Paleolithic. They might be Upper Paleolithic, might belong to Pleistocene, to 10 or to 20,000 years BC, but we can't prove it so far. We really need to dig more. The usual archaeological answer is that we need to excavate more. And on the other hand, what we can say about these objects is that they are have been used in particular ways. So these sandstone slabs, small pieces of sandstone, were taken from the caves of Kamena Mohyla, brought to the site, as we know it also for Mesolithic layers, engraved there and brought back to the cave. And we know some cases when they were broken and then had different life cycles. One has been abandoned in a cave, and other has been reprocessed, re-engraved, and then brought back to the cave. So their life cycle is quite complex and connected with the site itself. This is no wonder this happens like that, because Kamena Mohyla is a very important object for the prehistorical population of the region. We know the use of stones from Kamena Mohyla in dozens of kilometers away from the site in some burial constructions or other ritual constructions. And no wonder people came there to get the stones and to produce some engravings on them. So in general, we can state that the procedure of creating rock art here, the procedure of engraving stones, leads to the particular way of communication between the stones, the human beings, and the landscape. And this way of communication is much more complex than is just the use of one or another, as the stones are communicating with the landscape in some way and being engraved by human to provide this communication. People never lived on Kamena Mohyla itself, they just lived nearby, and they used the stones to connect them with the site that is important to them. So that's the way, the processual way of thinking about what happened there, about the relations between people and landscape, human beings and landscape. that gives us the new understanding of what is non-figurative engraving, non-semantic engraving were created for, and at least leads us somewhere instead of just interpreting something that does not exist. That's it. The process of interaction with the stone is rather crucial and more important as an act of communication between humans and things. And portable objects are simultaneously sacral objects and the messages to be delivered by its human beings to the site, to the cultural landscape, to the special place of Kamena Mohyla. Well, that's it. Thank you for your attention. The final thought is that there's very much to do, especially in terms of digitizing and 3D study, and I'm glad to share it and to show it, and a lot of mysteries are there, but we can solve them if we put enough efforts and digital efforts in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. By the way, the last picture is you looks like you have some gun or weapon as well, which is also symbolic. You know that archaeologists also like it's like.
You know, that's standard geodetic mood. That's a standard geodetic mood to wear 30 kilograms of everything on you and go somewhere to the fields.
Yeah. That was very interesting presentation, and thank you for all people who was take all this time was with us. And I see there is some comment. So Sonja said just thank you very much, Simon. So nice to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's nice to be here. Yeah, and thank you everybody for coming. Thank you all the survivors who came through this wonderful but really exhausting as very full with information speeches. It was a pleasure to do this event, to share it, and to do something for Ukrainian archaeology and Ukrainian cultural heritage.
For the people who will watch these videos, we just wanted to say that we will chop these videos for short interview with each presenter, and it will be for you much more easier to watch in the future. And we will put we'll upload on this YouTube channel.
Yeah, you're invited to check the updates on the channel, and we'll provide you with this content in the more accessible shape and with more content if possible. Anyway,
yeah, the last sorry.
Yeah. Sure.
The last what I want to say is please donate to this beautiful idea to make 3D to buy 3D scanners. Thank you. Daria also said one more comment, you know. Yeah. And please help Ukrainian archaeologists, Ukrainian historians to preserve the history. Yes, and the last time I think I will put video on, and I think we could finish.
Yes,
this.
And just a reminder to check for updates, because we'll definitely come up with some digital solutions for cultural heritage soon, and we'll announce it on the website and in our social media and everywhere, probably on this YouTube channel. So just keep you updated. Yeah, and that's it. Great.
Okay. The last video. Bye-bye.
Ciao.